In this video, I'm going to read the entire Bhagavad Gita in one sitting, and I will give a one-sentence summary at the end. I will be pissing in this bottle. I will not be moving until I finish. The War Within. Sri Krishna consoles and instructs Prince Arjuna as he's about to go into battle against family and friends to defend his older brother's claim to the ancient throne of the Kurus. Okay, let's use that's Prince Arjun. Thus, the great scripture called Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord, begins. Sri Krishna is Bhagavan, the Lord, the mysterious incarnation of Lord Vishnu, the aspect of God who fosters and preserves the universe against the forces constantly working to destroy and corrupt it. Krishna has appeared on earth as a royal prince of the house of the Yadavas. Thus he combines earthly majesty with a hidden spiritual power. Mostly know him as an unimportant prince, but the wise have seen him reveal his power to destroy evil and protect the good. Okay, so we got Prince Arjuna and Vivek Ramaswamy, or Prince Arjun, and Krishna. The battle of the Bhagavad Gita is not Krishna's fight. It is Arjuna's. Krishna is only Arjuna's charioteer and advisor. So the battle of Bhagavad is not Krishna's fight. It is okay, so Krishna is giving advice to Arjuna. He has promised Arjuna that he will be with him throughout the ordeal, but much as he passionately hopes for Arjun's victory, he has sworn to be a non-combatant in the struggle. A charioteer's position is a lowly one compared to the status and glory of the warrior he drives. But Krishna assumes the modest role out of love for Arjuna. As charioteer, what does that mean? The constellation Aruga. He is in perfect position to give advice and encouragement to Arjuna without violating his promise not to join the fight. Also going to put this up here. And my name is Grayson Brock, and over the next few months, I'm going to be reading every single religious book there is in the entirety of the entire world ever, because we need to figure out what they are saying, bruh. Like, okay, so, yeah. Okay, he's in a perfect position to give advice and encouragement to Arjuna without violating his promise not to join the fight himself. To secure their claim to the throne, Arjuna and his brothers must fight not an alien army, but their own cousins who have held the kingdom for many years. Oh gosh. So Arjuna finna fight his cuz. Who have held the kingdom for many years. Tragically, the forces against them include their own uncle, the blind king Drashtima. Oh yeah, also I'll be counting the pages on my chest. So 1. Held the kingdom for many years. Tragically, the forces against them include their own uncle, the blind king, and even the revered teachers and elders who guided Arjuna and his brothers when they were young. Arjuna, of course, wants to win the throne for his brother, who is the rightful heir to the Kuru dynasty and has endured many wrongs, but he is dismayed at the prospect of fighting his own people. Thus, on the morning the great battle is to begin, he turns to Krishna, his friend and spiritual advisor, and asks him the deeper questions about life that he has never asked before. The Bhagavad Gita is Krishna's answer. This is Krishna's answer. Other warriors who appear elsewhere in the drama are mentioned in this first chapter of the Gita. To Indians, these are familiar figures from the legendary past, but to most Western readers, they will unknown and unpronounceable names. Arjuna and his brothers are known as the Pandavas, the sons of Pandu, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Sahadeva, and Nakula. Oh, one of my friends is named Nakula. Shout out Nakula. The other side is called the Kauravas, the sons of Kuru. This is somewhat misleading, for both sides of the royal family are Kurus by birth, but the Pandavas are now in the position of appearing to be dissident factions, so they are called sons of Pandu, which distinguishes them from the larger family. Pandu was once king of the kingdom of Hastinapura, but he retired into the forest on a spiritual retreat and died young. His older brother Yudhishthira was blind since birth, so he was never named ruler, but he did share power with his brother. When Pandu died, his eldest son
Yudhishthira should have succeeded him, but because Yudhishthira was only a boy, Dehirtitrashta continued on after Pandu's death. As time passed, okay. I gotta look up how to pronounce that. No, okay. As time passed, D's attachment to his eldest son, Duryodhana, gradually overcame him. Instead of rising to royal impartiality and allowing Yudhishthira as... Oh, I forgot to do the page. As time passed, however, due to his attachment to his own eldest son, Duryodhana gradually overcame him. Instead of rising to royal impartiality and allowing Yudhishthira's fair claim, the old blind king began to connive his son's demand to succeed the throne. Actually, the line of succession had grown convoluted over several generations, and it was not unthinkable that Duryodhana should rule next. But Yudhishthira's outstanding qualities and Duryodhana's corruption gradually decided the issue, at least from the moral point of view. For Duryodhana, the conflict would be resolved only on the battlefield. Other warriors are mentioned briefly in Chapter 1. Two particularly important figures in the Mahabharata story are Drona and Bhishma. Drona was born a Brahmin, a member of the priestly caste. But in search of wealth, he took up the way of the warrior and excelled in the knowledge of arms. He was the teacher, the guru, all of royal princes in their youth, the sons of Pandu and the sons of Dhritarashtra alike. Thus it was he who taught both sides the skills of war, an irony which sharp-tongued Dhirta points out in verse 3. Arjuna was Drona's best pupil when it came to the bow, excelling even Drona's son, Ashvatthama. And I can't remember all these names, bruh. Bhishma, the grand desire of both sides, is not actually the prince's grandfather, but a respected elder statesman. So Bhishma is the grandpa. Or not actually, but he's a respected elder. As Dhritarashtra's advisor of many years standing, he considers his duty to stand by his king and try to protect him from all weakness and wrong decisions. Another figure introduced in Chapter 1 is Sanjaya. Shout out Sanjay. Another figure introduced in Chapter 1 is Sanjaya, who narrates the entire Gita to the blind king Dhritarashtra. Sanjay is not present in the battlefield, but the text says that the sage Visa, the composer of the Gita, has given him divine sight that he can see and report everything. Chapter 1 leaves us acutely aware that we are on a battlefield, waiting for a catastrophic war to begin. Oops. But once Krishna begins his instruction, we leave the battlefield behind and enter the realms of philosophy and mystic vision. The first chapter is but a bridge to the real subject of the Gita, and thus need not detain us too long in our study of the poem. Yet the first chapter has caused a great deal of debate, largely because of what it has to say about the morality of war. Basically, there have been two points of view which are almost, but perhaps not completely, irreconcilable. First, there is the orthodox Hindu viewpoint that the Gita condones war for the warrior class. It is the dharma, the moral duty of soldiers to fight in a good cause, though never for evil leaders. It should be added that this is part of an elaborate and highly chivalrous code prescribing the just rules of war. According to this orthodox view, the lesson of the Mahabharata, and therefore of the Gita, is that although the war is evil, it is an evil that cannot be avoided, an evil both tragic and honorable for the warrior himself. War in a just cause, justly waged, is just in accord with the divine will. Because of this, in the Mahabharata, Yudhishthira and his noble brothers find their peace in the next world when they have finished their duty on earth. The mystic's point of view is more subtle. For them, the battle is an allegory, a cosmic struggle between good and evil. Krishna has revealed himself on earth to re-establish righteousness, and he's asking Arjuna to engage in a spiritual struggle, not a worldly one. According to the interpretation, Arjuna is asked to fight not his kith and his kin, but his own lower self. Mahatma Gandhi, who based his daily life on the Gita from his 20s on, felt it would be impossible to live the kind of life taught in the Gita and still engage in violence. To argue that the Gita condones violence, he said, was to give importance only to opening verses, its preface, so to speak, and ignore the scripture itself. For some, it helps clarify the question to look upon the Gita as an Upanishad, a mystical statement from the Vedas that was incorporated into the warrior epic of a later age. Chapter 1 of the Gita then forms a rather previous bridge between the warrior's world and the essential part of the Gita, Sri Krishna's revelations of spiritual truth. Okay, I forgot to mark the last 2 pages. The War Within. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Oh, Sanjaya. Oh, Sanjaya, tell me what happened. So, oh, Sanjaya, tell me what happened at Kurukshetra, the field of Dharma, where my family and the Pandavas gathered to fight. Having surveyed the force of the Pandavas, oh, Sanjaya, tell me what happened at Kurukshetra, the field of Dharma, where my family and the Pandavas gathered to fight. Having surveyed the forces of the Pandavas arrayed for battle, Prince Duryodhana approached his teacher, Drona, and spoke. O my teacher, look at the mighty army of the Pandavas, assembled by your own gifted disciple, the son of Drupada. They are heroic warriors and great archers who are the equals of Bhima and Arjuna. Yudhana, Virata, the mighty Drupada, Dushukata, Chekatana, the violent king of Kashu, Purujit, Kantu Bahoja, the great leader of Shaibya, the powerful Yudamanyu, the violent Uttamajas, and the son of Sudadara, in addition to the sons of Drupadi, all these command mighty chariots. O best of Brahmins, listen to the names of those who are distinguished among their own forces. Bhishna, Karna, and the victorious Kripna, Ashtavatama, Vikarna, and the son of Samodatta. There are many others too, heroes giving up their lives for my sake, all proficient in war and armed with a variety of weapons. Our army is unlimited and commanded by Bhishna. Theirs is small and commanded by Bhima. Let everyone take his proper place and stand firm supporting Vishnu. You guys like my drawing? It's very beautiful. There are many others too, heroes giving up their lives for my sake, all proficient in war and armed with a variety of weapons. Our army is unlimited and commanded by Vishnu. Theirs is small and commanded by Bhima. Let everyone take this proper place and stand firm supporting Bhishma. Then the powerful Bhishma, the grand desire, oldest of all the Kurus, in order to cheer Duryodhana, roared like a lion and blew his conch horn. And after Bhishma, a tremendous noise arose of conches and cow horns and pounding on drums. Then Sri Krishna and Arjuna, who were standing in a mighty chariot yoked with white horses, blew their divine conches. Sri Krishna blew the conch named Panchajanya, and Arjuna blew the called Devadatta. The mighty Bhima blew the huge conch. Bandaya, Yudhisthira, the king, the son of Kantu, blew the conch. Anataviya, Nikul and Shada blew their conch as well. Then the king of Kasni, the leading bowman, the great warrior Shikandi, Dishirtana, Virata, the invincible Sataki, Drupada, all the sons of Draupadi, and the strong-armed son of Subhadra joined in, and the noise tore through the heart of Drupada's army indeed. The sound was tumultuous, echoing throughout the heaven and earth. Then, O Dhritarashtra, Lord of the earth, having seen your son's forces set in the place of the fighting about to begin, Arjuna spoke these words to Sri Krishna. O Krishna, drive my chariot between the two armies. I want to see those who desire to fight with me. With whom will this battle be fought? I want to see there assembled to fight for Duryodhana, those who speak to please the evil-minded son of Duryodhana by engaging in war. So you got Duryodhana. I think. Sanjaya. Thus Arjuna spoke, and Sri Krishna, driving his splendid chariot between the armies, facing Bhisha and Drona and all the king of the earth, said, Arjuna, behold all the Kurus gathered together. And Arjuna, standing between the two armies, saw fathers and grandfathers, teachers, uncles and brothers, sons and grandsons, in-laws and friends. Seeing his kinsmen established in opposition, Arjuna was overcome by sorrow. Despairing, he spoke these words. O Krishna. So Arjuna is about to go fight his own relatives. Sheesh. O Krishna, I see my own relations here anxious to fight, and my limbs grow weak, my mouth is dry, my body shakes, my hair is standing on end. My skin burns, and the bow Gandiva has slipped from my hand. I am unable to stand, my mind seems to be whirling. These signs bode evil for us. Oops. I do not see that any good can come from killing our relations in battle. O Krishna, I have no desire for victory, or for kingdom or pleasure. Of what use is kingdom for pleasure, even life, if those for whose sake we desire these things, teachers, fathers, sons, grandsons, uncles, in-laws, grandsons, and other family ties, are engaging in this battle, renouncing their wealth and their lives? Even if they were to kill me, I would not want to kill them, not even to become the ruler of the three worlds, how much less for the earth alone? O Krishna, what satisfaction could we find in killing Dhritarashtra's sons? We would become sinners by slaying these men, even though they are evil. The sons of Dhritarashtra are related to us, therefore we should not kill them. How can we gain happiness by killing members of our own family? Though they are overpowered by greed and see no evil in destroying families or injuring friends, we see these evils. Why shouldn't we turn away from this sin? When a family declines, ancient traditions are destroyed. With them are lost the spiritual foundations for life, and the family loses its sense of unity. Where there is no sense of unity, the women of the family become corrupt, and with the corruption of its women, society is plunged in chaos. Damn, that sounds like nowadays. When there's no sense of unity, the women of the family become corrupt, and with the corruption of women, society is plunged into chaos. Women hold the society together, bruh. No cap. They're the gatekeepers. Social chaos is hell for the family and for those who have destroyed the family as well. It disrupts the process of spiritual evolution and began by our ancestors. The timeless spiritual foundations of family and society would be destroyed by these terrible deeds which violate the unity of life. It is said that those whose family dharma has been destroyed dwell in hell. It is said that those whose family dharma has been destroyed dwell in hell. This is a great sin. We are prepared to kill our own relations out of greed for the pleasure of the kingdom. Better for me if the sons of Nusana, weapons in hand, were to attack me in battle and kill me unarmed and unresisting. Overrun by sorrow, Arjuna spoke these words, and casting away his bow and his arrows, he sat down in his chariot in the middle of the battlefield. Ooh. This is getting good. Prince Arjuna. I need to take some notes. So Prince Arjuna Prince Arjuna is overcome with grief. Homie does not want to fight his own family. Chapter 2. That's basically the chapter 1. So Arjuna finna fight his cousins, and Krishna, God, is telling him what he should do. As Arjuna's spiritual teacher, Sri Krishna's task is now to rouse Arjuna from his despair and set him on the way to self-realization. Arjuna is essentially a man of action, renowned for his bravery and ability, skill in the arts of war, intelligent but not given to reflection. Yet in this present crisis, he finds that active life is not enough. He is forced to ask the perennial questions about life and death. Does he have a soul? Does it survive death? Is there a deeper reality than we perceive in the world around us? If so, is it possible to know it directly? And for Arjuna, is always practical. What effects does such knowing have in everyday life? In his answer, Krishna touches on almost all the main themes and concepts of the Gita. Chapter 2 is thus a kind of overview of the 16 chapters to come. Sri Krishna begins by reminding Arjuna of his immortal nature, his real self, the Atman, never dies, for it is never born, it is eternal. Thus the Gita does not lead us from stage to stage of spiritual awareness, but begins with the ultimate premise. The immortal soul is more important than the passing world. Knowing he is out of his depth in these inner realms of the mind and spirit, Arjuna formally asks Krishna to be his spiritual teacher or guru. So this is a basic prerequisite of a disciple's initiative in the Hindu tradition, where it is believed that virtually all seekers need the guidance of an experienced teacher. Arjuna is no exception, and he is fortunate to have Krishna himself as his guru. Dang, I need a teacher. Arjuna is no exception. He is fortunate to have Krishna himself as his guru. In all allegorical sense, Krishna is a symbol of the Atman, Arjuna's deepest self. This chapter introduces the idea of rebirth or samsara. The self wears the body as a garment. When the garment is old, it is cast aside and a new one is put on. Thus the soul, or jiva, travels from life to life. Just as death is certain for the living, rebirth is certain for the dead. Krishna assures Arjuna that his basic nature is not subjected to time and death, but yet he reminds him that he cannot realize the truth if he cannot see beyond the dualities of life, pleasure and pain, success and failure, even heat and cold. The Gita does not teach a spirituality aimed at enjoyable life in the hereafter, nor does it teach a way to enhance power in this life or the next. It teaches a basic detachment from pleasure and pain, as this chapter says more than once. Only in this way can an individual rise above the conditioning of life's dualities and identify with the Atman, the immortal self. So rising above pleasure and pain. Also, the Gita does not teach an enlightenment based on a knowledge of the scriptures. The important thing is a direct mystical experience, which Krishna will later urge Arjuna to acquire for himself. This chapter establishes the various definitions of yoga taught in the Gita. Here, the word does not refer to the physical posture and exercises. Hatha yoga. It connotes to the West. It refers primarily to disciplining the mind. Yoga is evenness of mind. Detachment from the dualities of pain and pleasure, success and failures. Therefore, yoga is skill in action because this kind of detachment is required of one to act in freedom rather than merely react to events compelled by conditioning. I forgot a few pages. Therefore, yoga is skill in action because this kind of detachment is required for one who is act in freedom rather than merely react to events compelled by conditioning. Krishna is not trying to persuade Arjuna to lead a different kind of life and to renounce the world as would a monk or recluse. He tells Arjuna that if he can establish himself in yoga in unshakable equanimity, what does that mean? Mental calmness, composure, and evenness of temper. Unshakable equanimity. Unshakable equanimity. If you can establish himself in yoga in unshakable equanimity, profound peace of mind, he will be more effective in the realm of action. Whew. Unshakable equanimity. His judgment will be better and his vision clear if he is not emotionally entangled in the outcome of what he does. Arjuna, it's kind of like stoicism. Stoicism. Arjuna now asks his first questions. As a Christian student. His teacher has been talking about spiritual wisdom, direct experiential knowledge of the mortal self. Arjuna wants to know the difference the kind of wisdom makes in everyday life. If a person establishes an ever-present awareness of the core of divinity with himself, how does it affect the way he lives? Arjuna now's first question is Christian student. His teacher has been asking about spiritual wisdom, direct experiential knowledge of the mortal himself. Arjuna wants to know the difference this kind of wisdom makes in everyday life. If a person establishes an ever-present awareness of the core divinity within himself, how does it affect the way he lives? Arjuna is not interested in what people believe, but in how they conduce themselves in life. Krishna's answer is one of the most quoted passages in the Gita. Mahatma Gandhi said the verses contain the essence of the Gita. If the rest of the scripture were lost, the passage alone would be enough to teach a complete way of life. Those who are established in wisdom, Shita Pranja, live in a continuous, unbroken awareness that they are not the perishable body, but the Atman. That's what the Quran says too. Further, they see the same self in everyone, for the Atman is universally present in all. Such as one, Krishna says, does not identify with personal desires. These desires are on the surface personality, and the self is its very core. The self-realized man or woman is not motivated by personal desires, in other words, by any desires for kama, personal satisfaction. This idea is perhaps foreign to modern ways of thinking, but basic to the Gita and indeed to mystics of all traditions. Yeah, wait. The self-realized man or woman is not motivated by personal desires. What? Then what are you motivated by? That's crazy. Although I feel like if you could master that, you would be enlightened. More specifically, the word kama refers to any gratification of the ego or the senses that entangle us in the world of samsara, and this draws us away from the core of our being, the self. Those established in self-realization control their senses instead of letting their senses control them. That's like stoicism. And the Quran. And the Bible. It's all connected, man. It's all connected. Those established in self-realization control their senses instead of letting their senses control them, so you don't follow your desires. If the senses are not controlled, Krishna warns, the minor emotions will follow wherever they lead. Eventually, a person following the senses loses strength of will and unity of purpose. His choices are dictated by his desires. Bruh. When the will is led astray by the desire for pleasure, the mind becomes confused and scattered. Ultimately, Krishna warns, this leads to spiritual destruction. When you keep thinking about sense objects, attachment comes. Attachment breeds desire. The lust of possession that burns to anger. Anger clouds a judgment. You can no longer learn from past mistakes. Loss is the power to choose between what is wise and what is unwise, and your life is utter waste. When you keep thinking about sense objects, attachment comes. Attachment breeds desire. The lust of possession that burns to anger. Anger clouds the judgment. You can no longer learn from past mistakes. Loss is the power to choose between what is wise and what is unwise, and your life is utter waste. Yet the Gita does not recommend asceticism. What is that? Oh, okay, that's like avoiding everything. It is more a matter of training the body, mind, and all senses. I missed a few pages there. At the very close of the chapter, Krishna introduces the idea that it is not enough to master all self desires. It is also necessary to subdue possessiveness and ego. It is also necessary to subdue possessiveness and egocentry, thinking of oneself without regard for the feelings and desires of others. If this ultimate born can be passed, then the seeker will know the true immortal self within. This is the mystic's supreme goal. Knowing their real nature, they know their own mortality and realize their union with eternal being. That's kind of like, that is exactly like psychedelics. Here we go. These are the words that Sri Krishna spoke to the despairing Arjuna, whose eyes were burning with tears of pity and confusion. One sec, gonna get a little lower decky, maybe a little upper decky going. Help me push through this challenge. These are the words that Sri Krishna spoke to the despairing Arjuna, whose eyes were burning with tears of pity and confusion. The despair and weakness in a time of crisis are mean and unworthy of you, Arjuna. How have you fallen into a state so far from the path to liberation? It does not become to you to yield to this weakness. Arise with a brave heart and destroy the enemy. Bro, this book is gonna be fire. God, please help me understand this book. Give me wisdom. Bro, that verse is fire. How have you fallen into a state so far from the path to liberation? It does not become you to yield to this weakness. Arise with a brave heart and destroy the enemy. Bruh. How can I ever bring myself to fight against Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of reverence? How can I, Krishna? Surely it will be better to spend my life begging than to kill these great and worthy souls. If I killed them, every pleasure I found would be tainted. I don't even know which would be better, for us to conquer them, for them to conquer us. The sons of Dirta have confused us, but why would we care to live if we killed them? My will is paralyzed and I am utterly confused. Tell me which is the better path for me. Let me be your disciple. I have fallen at your feet. Give me instruction. What can overcome a sorrow that saps all my vitality? Even power over men and gods, or the wealth of an empire, seem empty. This is how Arjuna, the great warrior, spoke to Sri Krishna with the words, "O Krishna, I will not fight." He fell silent. As they stood between the two armies, Sri Krishna smiled and replied to Arjuna, who had sunk into despair. I want to write this verse. I'm going to go back. How have you fallen into a state so far from the path of liberation? It does not become you to yield to this weakness. Arise with a brave heart and destroy the enemy. That's fire. Krishna, you speak sincerely, but your sorrow has no cause. The wise grieve neither for the living nor the dead. Bro, this book is powerful. Are all sorrow has no cause. That's what enlightenment is. That's what enlightenment is when you have no sorrow. You are detached from your emotions, which is the opposite of what they're telling us to do, because it's evil. It's like the news, and everyone's telling us to follow our emotions. Eat what you want, do what you want, become what you want, change your gender, do this, do that. That's following your desires to be important. But at the same time, I really want to be important. That's why I'm making this video. I want to be someone who is important. So how can you not follow your desire or yours? What is selfish? Because I want to be successful. I want to give back to my mom, give back to my dad for all that they've given me. I want to give back to my friends for what they've given me. They've given me joy. I want to bring us riches and life and knowledge and wisdom. So is that a good desire? I don't know. But verses like this have made me realize I don't have to fear if anyone in my life passes away. If anyone in my life passes away, if I pass away, I don't. The wise grieve neither for the living nor the dead. Bro. This is 2:11. The wise grieve neither. Oh, this is so fun. For the living nor the dead. I just want to like shout this from a mountaintop and be like, guys, you don't have to be sad anymore. It's okay. This is so exciting. There has never been a time when you and I and the kings gathered here and not existed, nor will there be a time when we will cease to exist. As the same person inhabits the body through childhood, youth, and old age, so too at the time of death he attains another body. The wise are not deluded by these changes. The wise grieve neither for the living nor the dead. 2:11. I'm gonna get a short little Wim Hof break. Dude, 10 deep breaths, 15 deep breaths. Literally, you open your eyes and it feels like you just are high. You just like wake up because your body gets air because you are taking in oxygen and hydrogen. Wait, no. Water and hydrogen is oxygen. There's never been a time when you and I are the king's God do not exist, nor will there be a time when I cease to exist. As the same person inhabits the body through childhood, youth, and old age, so too at the time of death he attains another body. The wise are not deluded by these changes. Bro, have no fear. Have no fear. Have no fear. There is nothing to fear. When the senses contact sense objects, a person experiences cold or heat, pleasure or pain. These experiences are fleeting. They come and go. Bear them patiently, Arjuna. Patient. Okay, I'm going to make some connections to books I've read. That's the same as the Bible. That also says that in the Quran. It also says that in 48 Laws of Power, which is a really good book about mastering yourself. Patience. Patience. Patience, young one. It's like Star Wars. Young Padawan. I've been forgetting to count these books. I'm just getting too excited. Those who are unaffected by these pleasure and pain are truly wise and fit for immortality. Assert your strength and realize this. Bro, this book is good. I'm barely in chapter 2. I feel like I'm not going to finish this anytime soon because I can't stop stopping and thinking about these powerful verses. The impermanent has no reality. The impermanent has no reality. The reality lies in the eternal. Those who have seen the boundary between these two have attained the end of all knowledge. So knowledge. So true knowledge oops. So true knowledge is understanding the eternal. True knowledge is reality, lies in the eternal. I mean, it's true. If everyone lived that way, the world would be like heaven. The world would be heaven. Those who have seen the boundary between these two have attained the end of all knowledge. Realize that which pervades the universe and is indestructible. No power can affect this unchanging, imperishable reality. It's unchanging. That's what the Bible says. To be unchanging, to be unwithering, to be steadfast. That's what the Bible says, to be steadfast. The body is mortal, but that which dwells in the body is immortal and immeasurable. Therefore, Arjuna, fight in this battle. Okay, so he's telling him to fight. Hey, if you're watching this right now, comment something below, because this is powerful. If you're watching right now, 45 minutes in. Everything is still recording, correct? Yes, okay. No power can affect you. One believes he is the slayer, another believes he is the slain. Both are ignorant. There is neither slayer nor slain. You were never born. You will never die. You have never changed. You can never change. Unborn, eternal, immutable, immemorial, you do not die when the body dies. Realizing that which is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and unchanging, how can you slay or cause another to slay? It's like Jesus on the cross. He had no fear. He had no fear. He knew. He knew. He understood the eternal. As one abandons worn-out clothes and acquires new ones, so when the body is worn out, a new one is acquired by the self, who lives within. The self cannot be pierced by weapons or burned by fire. Water cannot wet it, nor can the wind dry it. The self cannot be pierced nor burned, made wet or dry. It is everlasting, infinite, standing on the motionless foundations of eternity. The self is unmanifested, beyond all thought, beyond all change. Knowing this, and you should not grieve. O mighty Arjuna, even if you believe the self to be subject to birth and death, you should not grieve. Death is inevitable for the living. Birth is inevitable for the dead. Since these are unavoidable, you should not sorrow. Every creature is unmanifested at first and then attains manifestation. When his end has come, it once again becomes unmanifested. What is there to lament in this? What does that mean? Past expiration over. Okay, so there's no grief in dying. It's going to happen. It's okay. You were never born. You will never die. The glory of the self is beheld by few, and few describe it. A few listen, but many without understanding. The self of all beings, living within its body, is eternal and cannot be harmed. Therefore, do not grieve. Considering your dharma, you should not waver between different. Consider your dharma. You should not vacillate. That's a cool word. I like that word. Where did my pen go, bruh? Should not vacillate. For a warrior, nothing is higher than a war against evil. The warrior confronted with such a war should be pleased. Arjuna, for it comes as an open gate to heaven. But if you do not participate in this battle against evil, you will incur sin, violating your dharma and your honor. The story of your dishonor will be repeated endlessly, and for a man of honor, dishonor is worse than death. These brave warriors will think you have withdrawn from battle of fear, and those who form... Oops. Okay, this verse... A few listen, but many without. This is exactly what Jesus said. This is so similar to what Jesus is saying. All who have ears, listen. It's exactly what Jesus says that. Okay, I'm going to start making green is connections. The self of all beings living within the body is eternal, cannot be harmed, therefore do not grieve. Considering your dharma, you should not facilitate. For a warrior, nothing is higher than a war against evil. The warrior confronted with such a war should be pleased. Arjuna, for it comes as an open gate to heaven. Okay, I have missed a few pages. Oops. For comes an open gate to heaven. But if you do not resist this war, battle against you, you will incur sin, violating your dharma and your honor. The story of your dishonor will be repeatedly endlessly. For a man of honor, dishonor is worse than death. These brave warriors will think you have withdrawn from battle out of fear, and those who formerly esteemed you will treat you with disrespect. Your enemies will ridicule your strength and say things that should not be said. What could be more painful than this? Death means the attainment of heaven. Victory means the enjoyment of the earth. Therefore, rise up, Arjuna, resolved to fight fight. Having made yourself alike in pain and pleasure, profit and loss, victory and defeat, engage in this great battle, and you will be freed from sin. So I've heard that this book has caused controversy in India because people think it's calling to fight, and I could see how you could think that. I'm going to keep reading, but he's saying go fight. But is he saying metaphorically? Or is he saying go fight in the battle? You have heard the intellectual explanation of Sankhya Arjuna. Now listen to the principles of yoga. By practicing these, you can break through the bonds of karma. On this path, effort never goes to waste, and there is no failure. Even a little effort towards spiritual awareness will protect you from the greatest fear. On this path, effort goes to waste. Effort never goes to waste. True, because as it says in Proverbs, in all toil there is profit. That's a proverb in the Bible. And there's no failure. Even a little effort towards spiritual awareness will protect you from the greatest fear. Those who follow this path, resolving deep within themselves, seek me alone, attaining singleness of purpose. For those who lack resolution, the decisions of life are many branched and endless. There are ignorant people who speak flowery words and take delight in the letter of the law, saying that there is nothing else. Their hearts are full of selfish desires. Arjuna, their idea of heaven is their own enjoyment, and the aim of all activities is pleasure and power. The fruit of their actions is continual rebirth. Those whose minds are swept away by the pursuit of pleasure and power are incapable of following the supreme goal, will not retain samdhya, a state of intense concentration achieved through meditation. In Hindu yoga, this is regarded as the final stage at which union with the divine is reached. So you can't live for your own pleasure and pain, or your own power and pleasure. But how do you do that? The scripture described the three gunas, but you should be free from the action of the gunas, establish internal truth, self-controlled, without any sense of duality or the desire of acquire and board. Just as a reservoir is of little use when the whole countryside is flooded, scriptures are little use to the illuminated man or woman who sees the Lord everywhere. You have the right to work, but never to the fruit of work. You should engage in action for the sake You should never engage in action for the sake of reward, nor should you long for inaction. Perform work in this world, Arjuna, as a man established himself, without selfish attachments, and alike in success and defeat. For yoga is perfect evenness of mind. I can't stop highlighting everything. It's just too good. So do not perform be unchanging. Seek refuge in the attitude of detachment. You will amass the wealth of spiritual awareness. Those who are motivated only by desire for the fruits of action are miserable, for they are constantly anxious about the results of what they do. When consciousness is unified, however, all vain anxiety is left behind. There is no cause for worry whether things go well or ill. Therefore, devote yourself to the discipline of yoga, for yoga is skill in action. The wise unify their consciousness and abandon attachment to the fruits of action, which binds a person to continual rebirth. Thus they attain a state beyond all evil. When your mind has overcome the confusion of duality, you will attain the state of holy indifference to things you hear and things you have heard. When you are unmoved by the confusion of ideas and your mind is completely united in deep samadhi, you will attain the state of perfect yoga. When you are unmoved by the confusion of ideas and your mind is complete, so it's basically Arjuna, Tell me of those who have lived established in wisdom, ever aware of the self. O Krishna, how do they talk? How sit? How move about? Okay. So Arjuna hears this and goes, okay, how does one without a self live? Like, give me a practical example. This is one of the best books I've ever read, and I'm barely through it. No wonder it's so famous. I feel like this dot makes sense now. I feel like this unifies me. They live in wisdom, who see themselves in all and all in them, who have renounced every self's desire and sense craving tormenting the heart. Neither agitated by grief nor hankering after pleasure, they live free from lust and fear and anger. Established in meditation, they are truly wise. Fettered no more by selfish attachments, they are neither elated by good fortune nor depressed by bad. Such are the seers. Even as a tortoise draws in its limbs, the wise can draw in their senses at will. Ooh. So do you celebrate? Do you celebrate a win if you're enlightened, or is everything the same? I don't get that. Aspirants abstain from sense pleasures, but they still crave for them. Aspirants is a person having ambitions to achieve something typically. These cravings will disappear when they see the highest goal. Even of these who tread the path, the stormy senses can sweep off the mind. They live in wisdom, who subdue their senses and keep their minds ever absorbed in me. So always be thinking about the true self. Always absorbed in it. When you keep thinking about sense objects, attachment comes. Attachment breeds desire, the lust of possession that burns to anger. Anger clouds the judgment. You can no longer learn from past mistakes. Lost is the power to choose between what is wise and what is unwise, and your life is utter waste. But when you move amidst the world of sense, free from detachment and aversion alike, there comes the peace in which all sorrows end, and you live in the wisdom. It's like the peace that surpasses all understanding. Wisdom of the self. The disunited mind is far from wise. How can it meditate? How can it have peace? When you know no peace, how can you know joy? When you let your mind follow the call of the senses, they carry away your better judgment as storms drive a boat off its charted course on the sea. Use all your power to free the senses from attachment and aversion alike, and live in the full wisdom of the self. Such a sage awakes to light in the night of all creatures. That which the world calls day is the night of ignorance to the wise. That which the world calls day is the night of ignorance. I don't get that. As rivers flow into the ocean but cannot make the vast ocean overflow, so flow the streams of sense world into the sea of peace that is the sage. This is not the desire of desires. They are forever free who renounce all self-desires and break away from the ego cage of I, me, and mine to be united with the Lord. This is the supreme state. Attain to this and pass from death to immortality. I have no words for that chapter. I'm kind of getting goosebumps. I am getting goosebumps. This is powerful. So chapter 2 I don't care, bro.
Nine a.m.
Thank you. So, chapter 1, Arjuna is nervous about fight versus cousins. Chapter 2, is about Chapter 2 is about how true knowledge is in the eternal. Let's begin chapter 3. I'm going to stand up for a sec. Maybe take a waz in this bottle. Am I really about to pee in a bottle on camera? I really did just pee in a bottle. I just peed in the bottle. Okay, so I think I read 30 pages in an hour. I forgot to count the last page too. 30 pages in an hour would put me at finishing this book within 10 hours, I think. I need to get up. Okay, so chapter 1, Arjuna is nervous about his fight versus his cousins. I'm going to open this window next to me. I feel that I'm becoming wiser by the second. So the title of this chapter in Sanskrit is Karma Yoga. The way of action. And here we take an apparently sharp turn away from the subject of the previous chapter. In fact, Arjuna changes the subject completely. Krishna has been trying to convince him that he has an immortal soul, but Arjuna continues to worry about his immediate predicament. It is not that he is uninterested in mystical enlightenment, but his main concern at the moment is just what he is supposed to do next. Arjuna's dope. He's like real. This story is really good. Or he asks perhaps what he does is not so important after all. Has Krishna been telling him to concentrate on acquiring spiritual wisdom and to forget about his apparent duties in the world? Krishna replies that there is no way Arjuna can avoid the obligation of selfless action. Krishna replies that there is no way Arjuna can avoid the obligation of selfless action or karma yoga. Arjuna must act selfishly out of a sense of duty. He must work not for his own sake, but for the welfare of all. Krishna points out this is the basic law underlying all creation. Each being must do its part in the grand scheme of things, and there is no way to avoid this obligation, except perhaps by the complete enlightenment which loosens the old bonds of karma. Here the Gita refers to the doctrine of karma, one of the basic teachings in all Hindu and Buddhist scriptures. Karma literally means deed or action, what is sometimes called the law of karma. Refers to an underlying law of cause and effect that is seen to permeate all existence. The idea is that every action leads to a reasonable result, and consequently that everything that happens can be traced to something done in the past. Actions determine destiny. This is the basic of karma. If anything happens to us that is truly good, we must have done something in the past to deserve it. If something ill befalls us, then at some point in the past we did something that was not so meritorious. This is a rewarded praise. This is a basic moral law that all great spiritual traditions share, the belief that we reap what we sow. The Bible. The Hindu tradition gave a great deal of thought to this problem of moral cause and effect, and generation after generation of spiritual teachers fathomed its depths and implications. One fear that developed over time was that all action was in a sense an opening door to bondage. Anything a person did would bind him to the endless cycle of cause and effect. Some fruits of action would of course be pleasant. Not all karma is painful. Some fruits of action would of course be pleasant. Not all karma is painful. But even this pleasure could be a trap. Some fruits of action could of course be pleasant, but not all karma is painful. But even this pleasure could be a trap, because we would seek it compulsively, trying to ourselves tighter and tighter responsibilities and opportunities of the world they live, and forgetting our spiritual dimensions altogether. In chapter 3, Krishna begins to tell Arjuna that the way out of this maze of cause and effect is not to avoid work, especially the duties required by his station in life. So it's not to avoid doing anything, but to perform these duties without selfish attachment to their fruit or outcome. So do things that are good and don't worry about the outcome. But then what are you doing it for? It's hard to grasp. I probably need to pray and meditate about it. If Arjuna follows this path of selfless work, Krishna explains, he will enjoy the world as well as the next. More important, he will gain a spiritual blessing and will be lessening his debt of karma. Only when he is free from every bond of karma, every consequence of past action, can he achieve life's ultimate goal. The world is bound in its activity. I forgot to count the pages. I missed 2. The world is bound in its own activity. For all creatures except the illuminated man or woman work for their own pleasure and pain. Because they act selfishly, they are bound by the results, whether good or bad. We must act in selfless spirit, Krishna says, without ego involvement and without getting entangled in whether things work out the way we want. Only then will we not fall into the terrible net of karma. We cannot hope to escape karma by refraining from our duties. Even to survive the world, we must act. True, the Hindu scriptures do hold out another path, Jnana Yoga, the path of wisdom, which does not enjoin action. But Krishna does not really offer this to Arjuna as an alternative. It is acknowledged and then dropped. Perhaps Krishna knows that Arjuna is not the type to disengage himself and go off on a search for the mystical vision. But Arjuna, the active life is essential. The danger, of course, of a life of active engagement in the world is that Arjuna will get caught up in his actions and then begin to act out of selfish motives. If this were to happen, he would be doomed to spiritual failure. Having a good deal of self-knowledge, Arjuna senses this danger. He asks Krishna a fundamental question. What power binds us to our selfish ways? Even if we wish to act rightly, so often do we do the wrong thing. What power moves us? Krishna implies that anger and selfish desire are our greatest enemies. They are destructive powers that can compel us to wander away from our purpose, to end in self-delusion and despair. Here it is necessary to introduce 2 technical terms from Hindu philosophy. The Gita is not an academic work of philosophy, but a poetic, practical text. Still, it does refer from time to time to Sankhya, one of 6 tradition scholars of Indian philosophy. In Sankhya, the phenomenal world of mind and matter is described as having 3 basic qualities, or gunas: sattva, goodness, light; rajas, passion, activity, energy; and tamas, darkness, ignorance, inertia. According to Sankhya, spiritual evolution progress from tamas to rajas to sattva, and full liberation takes the soul beyond the 3 gunas together. Here Krishna warns Arjuna to beware the pitfalls of rajas, for it is from rajas that anger and selfish desire arise. Arjuna must realize that his true nature, the Atman, is above entanglement and in the gunas. The gunas act and react upon another, but Arjuna's inner being is not affected. If he cannot reach this detachment, he will always caught in the emotional storms of passion, rajas, or of inertia, which alternate and dominate the mind and body. Krishna offers Arjuna the example of King Janaka, well known from holy legend as a model for the princely estate. Janaka was a king who ruled well and did not shirk his responsibilities. Yet he was detached and worked from a sense of duty, not for personal gain or enjoyment. He was revered as a Raja sage who pursued his alignment, not by renouncing the world, but by working in it and contributing to its welfare, thus enjoying the best of both worlds. Okay. Oh, Krishna, you have said that knowledge is greater than action. Why then do you ask me to wage this terrible war? Your advice seems inconsistent. Give me one path to follow to the supreme good. This might be my favorite book. Although I don't really have a quote-unquote favorite book because I think they're all linked. So, but this is amazing. Krishna. At the beginning of time, I declared 2 paths for the pure heart. Jnana Yoga, the contemplative path of spiritual wisdom, and Karma Yoga, the active path of selfless service. One who shirks action does not attain freedom. No one can gain perfection by abstaining from work. One who shirks action what does that mean? Shirks, avoid, or neglect. Does not attain freedom. No one can gain perfection by abstaining from work. This is like the Bible. A diligent hand makes rich, a slack hand brings poverty. Bible. Proverb. Indeed, there is no one who rests for even an instant. All creatures are driven to action by their own nature. Those who abstain from action while allowing the mind to dwell on sensual pleasure cannot be called sincere spiritual. Those who abstain from action while allowing the mind to dwell on sensual pleasure cannot be called sincere spiritual aspirants. But they excel who control their senses through the mind, using them for selfless service. Fulfill all your desires, all your duties. Fulfill all your desires. Action is better than action. Even to maintain your body, Arjuna, you are obligated to act. Selfless action imprisons the world. Act selflessly without any thought of personal profit. At the beginning, mankind and the obligation of selfless service were created together. Through selfless service, you will always be fruitful and find the fulfillment of your desires. This is the promise of the Creator. Honor and cherish the devas as they honor and cherish you. Though this honor will love, you will attain supreme good. All human desires are filled by the devas, who are pleased by selfless service. But anyone who enjoys the things given by the devas without offering selfless acts in return is a thief. The spiritually minded who eat in the spirit of service are freed from all their sins, but the selfish who prepare food for their own satisfaction eat sin. Living creatures are nourished by food, and food is nourished by rain. Rain itself is the water of life, which comes from selfless worship and service. Every selfless act, Arjuna, is born from Brahman. Cheers. Thank you, God. Every selfless act, Arjuna, is born from Brahman, the eternal infinite Godhead. Brahman is present in every act of service. All life turns on his law. O Arjuna, those who violate it, indulging the senses for their own pleasure and ignoring the needs of others, have wasted their life. Those who realize the self are always satisfied. Having found the source of joy fulfillment, they no longer seek happiness from the external world. They have nothing to gain or lose by any action. Neither people nor things can affect their security. I forgot a bunch of pages in there. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless work, one attains the supreme goal of life. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless work, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. It was by such work that Janaka attained perfection. Others too have followed this path. So selfless work. Selfless work, supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. It is by such work that Janaka attained perfection. Others too have followed the path. Do your work with the welfare What the outstanding person does, others will try to do. The standard such people create will be followed by the whole world. There is nothing in the three worlds for me to gain, Arjuna, nor is there anything I do not have. I continue to act, but I am not driven by any need of my own. If I ever refrained from continuous work, everyone would immediately follow my example. If I stopped working, I would be the cause of cosmic chaos and finally of the destruction of the world and these people. The ignorant work for their own profit, Arjuna. The wise work for the welfare of the world. Ooh. Without thought of themselves? How do you do that? By abstaining from work, you will confuse the ignorant, who are engrossed in their actions. Perform all work carefully, guided by compassion. All actions are performed by the gunas of Prakriti. Deluded by identification with the ego, a person thinks, I am the doer. But the illumined man or woman understands the domain of the gunas and is not attached. Such people know that the gunas interact with each other. They do not claim to be the doer. Those who are deluded by the operation of the gunas become attached to the results of their action. Those who understand these truths should not unsettle. Performing all actions for my sake, completely absorbed in the self, and without expectations, fight, but stay free from the fever of the ego. Those who live in accordance with these divine laws without complaining, firmly established in faith, are released from karma. Those who violate these laws, criticizing, complaining, and are utterly deluded and are the cause of their own suffering. Even the wise act within the limitations of their own nature. Every creature is subject to prakriti. What is the use of repression? The senses have been conditioned by attraction to the pleasant, observant to the unpleasant. Do not be ruled by them. They are obstacles. Ooh. So pleasure and pain are obstacles. You must rise above them. It is better to strive in one's own dharma than to succeed in the dharma of another. Nothing is ever lost in following one's own dharma, but competition in another's dharma breeds fear and insecurity. Arjuna now asks, what is the force that binds us to selfish deeds, O Krishna? What power moves us, even against our will, as if forcing us? So Arjuna now asks, why do we still do what we don't want to do? What is that force pushing us? It is selfish desire and anger, arising from the guna of rajas. These are the appetites and evils which threaten a person in this life. Just as fire is covered by smoke and a mirror is obscured by dust, just as the embryo rests deep within the womb, knowledge is hidden by self-desire. Hidden, Arjuna, by these unquenchable fire for self-satisfaction, the inveterate enemy of the wise. Self-desire is found in the senses, mind, and intellect, misleading them and burning in understanding and delusion. Fight with all your strength, Arjuna, controlling your senses. Conquer your enemy, the destroyer of knowledge and realization. The senses are higher than the body, the mind higher than the senses. Above the mind is the intellect, and above the intellect is the Atman. Thus, knowing that which is supreme, let the Atman rule the ego. Use your mighty arms to slay the fierce enemy that is selfish desire. What is the Atman? Fight with all your strength. The senses are higher than the body. The mind higher than the senses. Above the mind is the intellect, and above the intellect is the Atman. Thus, knowing that which is supreme, let the Atman rule the ego. Use your mighty arms to slay the fierce enemy that is selfish desire. So this chapter So, use your mighty arms to slay the fierce enemy that is selfish desire. Chapter 4, Wisdom in Action. Krishna is eager to grant Arjuna knowledge of the highest spiritual truths or even a rare mystical vision, but Arjuna has been asking for Krishna to simply get him out of the present difficulties. Of course, these difficulties are not minor. He is caught in a family tragedy that has developed into a vicious conflict. If he cannot extricate himself, he knows that he will have to take part in a catastrophic battle that nobody wants. So when Krishna begins to tell Arjuna about the secret teachings he will be privileged to hear because he is Krishna's favorite devotee and friend, it hardly registers in Arjuna's consciousness. His reply is confused. How could you have taught me any secret wisdom to the sages old? He asked. At this point, Krishna reminds Arjuna again of the process of rebirth. They have both been reborn many times, but naturally Arjuna does not remember his past lives because he has no access to this kind of knowledge. Krishna remembers his former births, but he is no ordinary being. He reveals that he has chosen to take on human birth many times for the welfare of the world. Whenever Dharma, the law of life's unity, declines, he wraps himself in his Maya and takes on a finite form. Thus he returns age after age. Vishnu, the preserving or sustaining person of the Hindu Trinity, is not mentioned here, but Krishna is usually looked upon as an incarnation of the sacred God. As the Lord Krishna explains, he dwells in every being, but he is manifested with spiritual power in his incarnations or avatars. Avatara literally means descent. Vishnu is believed to descend and incarnate himself on earth from age to age, re-establish divine law. Without such intervention, the entire created universe could go into decline. The natural course of creation is to go through cycles of regeneration and decay, but Vishnu, Krishna, has compassion for all suffering in the world and comes himself to protect the good and destroy evil. Thus, Vishnu has a special relationship with all beings. He personifies the aspects of God who so loves the world that he comes to re-establish the purity and happiness in the Golden Age. Krishna here reveals a little of his hidden divine nature. He tells Arjuna that mystical union with him is possible through devotion, by which one can enter the state of divine love in which one sees God in every creature. Krishna also takes on the role of creator. So you guys patterned the world among the lines of guna and karma. This mystic aspect of Krishna's being dominates the Gita and the Mahabharata. Krishna's princely ally who is wise and daring in his support of his friend Arjuna. But the author of the Gita is not concerned with this Krishna. He turns his attention to the mystery of Krishna's divine nature as an aspect of Vishnu. In this sense, Krishna is the inner self in all beings. His name comes from the Sanskrit root krish, to draw oneself to attract. He is the attractive one, the Lord of loving attraction. Oh wait, I missed a bunch of pages there. By another etymology, the word Krishna means the dark one. The author of the Gita sees revealed in him the ultimate Godhead, the Supreme Being, but this reality is often veiled, and the Krishna is seen as an ordinary human being, or rather as an exceptional gifted man, but not as God. Many of Krishna's words make most sense when we realize that when he speaks of himself, he's often not describing a transcendental reality so much as telling Arjuna about the self in every human being. When he says, for example, actions do not cling to me because do not attach to their results, he means, Arjuna, actions do not cling to your real self. The self in us is not touched by action. Whatever we do, it remains unsullied. Those who understand this about themselves and practice it live in freedom. The latter part of this chapter turns from lofty mystical topics back to Arjuna's immediate problem. Krishna begins to talk about action and work and things that should be done and work and should not be done. It is essential, he reminds Arjuna, to act wisely with detachment. The wise never act with selfish attachment to the fruit of their labor. They give their best in fortune and misfortune alike. Such people act in freedom. The next section deals with the various kinds of yajna, worship or offering, that may be performed by spiritual aspirants of differing temperaments. Hindu rituals often involve making an offering to the gods by pouring an oblation into the sacred fire. Here the image is the same. Whatever is offered is symbolic, thrown into a consuming fire that carries the offering to God. The offering may be as obvious as worldly goods, or as subtle as knowledge or meditation. In any case, it requires a measure of self-sacrifice. Yajna is a basic action necessary to life, and those who do not perform some kind of selfless service do not find no home in this world or the next. The final verses of chapter 4 introduce a new principle. In the last chapter, Krishna mentioned the path of spiritual wisdom as an alternative to the path of action or karma yoga. Now he reveals that wisdom is the goal of selfless action. Knowing is the fruit of doing. The goal of all karma yoga is liberation in spiritual wisdom. The fire of spiritual awareness burns to ashes even a great heap of karma. Thus the true knowledge is the greatest purifier of the soul. Krishna ends by exhorting Arjuna to cut through the doubts that still stifle him. This is the first, but not the last. Mention that Krishna makes Arjuna's doubting heart. There has been no indication so far that Arjuna has taken and accepted Krishna's words, but even though Arjuna continues to drag his feet, Krishna does not abandon him. So chapter 4 is wisdom in action. I need to plug my computer in. And take another Waz. What am I doing, bro? What has my life come to? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what real commitment looks like right there. Told you, I'm not going to get up until I finish this book. I will keep my promise. In the meantime, heat up some coffee. Oh, thank God for coffee. Okay. Wisdom in action. Krishna. I told this eternal secret. Make sure it's still recording. Yes. I told this eternal secret to Vivasvat. Vivasvat taught Manu, and Manu taught Ishvaku. Thus Arjuna, eminent sages received knowledge of yoga in a continued tradition, but through time the practice of yoga was lost in the world. The secret of these teachings is profound. I have explained them to you today because you are my friend and devotee. You were born much after Vivasvat. He lived very long ago. Why do you say that you taught this yoga in the beginning? Krishna. You and I have passed through many rebirths, Arjuna. You have forgotten, but I remember them all. It's like the egg philosophy. My true being is unborn and changeless. I am the Lord who dwells in every creature, though through the power of my own Maya, I manifest myself in a finite form. Whenever Dharma declines and the purpose of life is forgotten, I manifest myself on earth. I am born in every age to protect the good, to destroy evil, and to re-establish Dharma. Those who know me as their own divine self break through the belief that they are the body and are not reborn as separate creatures. Such one Arjuna is united with me. Delivered from selfish attachment, fear, and anger, filled with me, surrounding themselves to be purified in the fire of my being, many have reached a state of unity in me. As they approach me, so I receive them. All paths, Arjuna, lead to me. Those desiring success in their actions worship the gods. Their action in the world of mortals, they desire quickly. Voila. Those who know me, it's a trophy. Okay, those who know me as their divine self break through the belief that they are the body and are not reborn as separate creatures. Such one Arjuna is united with me. Delivered from selfish attachment, fear, and anger, filled with me, surrounding themselves to me, purified in the fire of my being, many have reached a state of unity in me. As they approach me, so I receive them. All paths, Arjuna, lead to me. Those desiring success in their actions worship the gods. Through action in the world of mortals, their desires are quickly fulfilled. The distinctions of caste, gana, and karma have come from me. I am the cause, but I myself am changeless and beyond all action. Actions do not cling to me because I am not attached to the results. Those who understand this and practice it live in freedom, knowing this truth. Aspirants desiring liberation in ancient times engaged in action. You too can do the same, pursuing an active life in the manner of those ancient sages. Uh-oh. Eat. detach from the results. What is action and what is inaction? This question has confused the greatest sages. I will give you the secret of action, with which you can free yourself from bondage. The true nature of action is difficult to grasp. You must understand what is action, what is inaction, and what kind of action should be avoided. The wise say that there is action in the midst of inaction, and inaction in the midst of action. Their consciousness is unified, and every act is done with complete awareness. It's like 48 Laws of Power. Really good book about mastering yourself. Know when to sit back. Know when to sit back. Know when to strike. The awakened sages call a person wise when all his undertakings are free from anxiety about results. Oh. So wise is when all undertakings are free results. All his selfish desires have been consumed in the fire of knowledge. The wise, ever satisfied, have abandoned all external supports. Their security is unaffected by the results of their action. Even while acting, they really do nothing at all. Free from expectations and from all sense of possessions, with mind and body firmly controlled by the self, they do not incur sin by the performance of physical action. They live in freedom who have gone beyond the dualities of life. Competing with no one, they are alike in success and failure and content with whatever comes to them. They are free, without self-attachments. Their minds are fixed in knowledge. They perform all work in the spirit of service, and their karma is dissolved. The process of offering is Brahman. That which is offered is Brahman offers a sacrifice in the fire of Brahman. Brahman is attained by those who see Brahman in every action. Some aspirants offer material sacrifice to the gods. Others offer selfless service as sacrifice to the fire of Brahman. Some renounce all enjoyment of the senses, sacrificing them in the fire of sense restraint. Others partake of sense objects, but offer them in service through the fire of the senses. Some offer the workings of the senses and the vital forces through the fire of self-control, kindled in the path of knowledge. Some offer wealth, others offer sense restraint and suffering. Some take vows and other knowledge and study of the sculptures, and some make the offering of meditation. Some offer the forces of vitality, regulating their inhalation and exhalation, and thus gain control over these forces. Others offer the forces of vitality through restraint of their senses. All these understand the meaning of service and will be cleaned of their impurities. I forgot to mark the last 2 pages. True sustenance is in service, and through it a man or woman reaches the eternal Brahman. Those who do not seek to serve are without home in this world. Ooh. Those who do not seek to serve Arjuna, how can they be at home in any world to come? These offerings are born of work, and each guides mankind along a path to Brahman. Understanding this, you will attain liberation. The offering of wisdom is better than any material offering. Arjuna, for the goal of all work is spiritual wisdom. Ooh. The goal of all work is spiritual wisdom. Approach those who have realized the purpose of life and question them with reverence and devotion. They will instruct you in this wisdom. Once you attain it, you will never again be deluded. You will see all creatures in the self and all in me. Even if you were the most sinful of sinners, Arjuna, you could cross beyond all sin by the raft of spiritual wisdom. As the heat of fire reduces wood to ashes, the fire of knowledge burns all ashes to karma. Nothing in this world purifies like spiritual wisdom. It is the perfection achieved in time through the path of yoga, the path which leads to self within. Those who take wisdom as their highest goal, whose faith is deep and whose senses are trained, attain wisdom quickly. This is exactly what Proverbs says. And perfect peace. But the ignorant, indecisive, and lacking the faith waste their lives. They can never be happy in this world or any other. Those established in the self have renounced selfishness attaching to their actions and cut through debts with spiritual wisdom. They act in freedom. Arjuna, cut through this debt in your own heart with the sword of spiritual wisdom. Arise, take up the path of yoga. So you must renounce, those established in self have renounced selfish attachment to their actions and cut through depths with spiritual wisdom. They act in freedom. So let's recap. Arjuna in chapter 1 is nervous about his life. Actually, let me do some breathing and then I will recap. I need to regenerate my mind. I'm starting to zone out a little bit. Arjun, cut through this dead in your own heart, and the sword of spiritual wisdom. Arise, take up the path of yoga. So, chapter 1 is about Arjun. Chapter 1 is about Arjun being nervous about fighting his cousins. Then he asks Krishna what he should do. Krishna basically says, you must realize you are bigger than yourself. You are bigger than yourself. You must have true knowledge, which is in the eternal. He tells him to eradicate his selfish desires. Because in doing so, you will have freedom. Because freedom is when you detach from the results. When you do what you need to do despite how you feel. When you don't pay attention to feeling. Because the body, senses are above the body. Senses control the body. But the mind controls the senses. So if you can control the mind, you can control the senses, and then you control the body. Ha-ha! Makes sense. Get a little energy flow going. The body is controlled by the senses, but the senses are controlled by the mind. You control the mind, you control the senses, and then you can control the body. The body controlled by the senses, but the senses are controlled by the mind. Control the mind, control the senses, control the body. Yo, this is like Arjun. Call me Prince Arjun, boy. Call me Vivek Ramaswamy. Yo, Vivek Ramaswamy 2024, boy. He's gonna bring us peace. Vivek. Renounce and rejoice. At the beginning of this chapter, the traditional approach to the spiritual life, that is, leaving the world, retiring from the ordinary affairs of job and family, is contrasted with working in the world with detachment. The general term for retiring from the world is sannyasa. Renunciation. The formal rejection of something, typically a belief claim. Traditionally, sannyasa meant renouncing all worldly ties and attachments. The person undertaking the vow of sannyasa would leave a home, family, and occupation to pursue a strict contemplative life. Dang, it's kind of like what I just did. This was the path chosen by very few, even in ancient India. Yet we shouldn't forget that surprising numbers of people in traditional societies, both in the East and West, have chosen a monastic life removed from the turmoil of the world. In India, the compassionate Buddha provides a classic example of one who leaves the comforts and fulfillments of family and worldly life to seek the lonely way to self-realization. Wow, lonely way. The story is well known throughout Asia. Siddhartha Gautama was a prince with every worldly satisfaction within his reach, who left his palace to find a way to lead the world beyond suffering and death. He became a wandering sannyasi, a lonely... Okay, I want to research that word. So you got vacillate. Then you got sannyasi. A lonely austere monk. Only after he had attained to complete enlightenment did he return to society to teach others of the peace of nirvana. Though Krishna acknowledges here that this way of sannyasa can lead to the goal, he recommends the path of selfless action or selfless service as the better way. He contrasts the way of Sankhya, which if you're reading this right now, can you help me pronounce all these words, commenting how I'm supposed to say them? Really appreciate it. Which in this context means knowledge of the self in a general way, to the way of yoga, which here means the way of action. This term yoga presents difficulties in the Gita because it means different things at different times, and many definitions are given of this all-purpose term. But for several chapters, the topic under discussion has been the active spiritual life, or karma yoga, and that is clearly what is meant in this context. Sankhya in yoga might be translated to theory and practice. It would seem that at the time of the Gita, the path of wisdom was regarded very highly, while the path of action may have been looked upon as an adulteration of the spiritual life. It seemed possible that the Gita was the first Hindu scripture to introduce the novel idea of combining karma yoga with the pursuit of self-knowledge. Krishna says that only immature, inexperienced people look upon the paths of knowledge and action as different. The true goal of action is knowledge of the self. Following either path faithfully will lead to the complete spiritual vision. It is essential in karma yoga that the selfish ego not expect gratification from the work. When there is no selfish involvement in work, the worker does not come to spiritual harm. The example is the lotus. It spends its life floating in water, yet the drops of water roll off its leaves without ever wetting them. Similarly, as long as the karma yogas do not expect reward or recognition, any evil that might stain them has nowhere to cling. Such yogis are said to be detached from the outcome of fruits of their actions, karma phala. Krishna warns Arjuna that a life of work, even successful work, cannot be fulfilling without self-knowledge. Ultimately, the true self within him is not affected by what he does, whether good or bad. Only knowledge of the self, which rises from the sun at dawn, can fulfill the purpose of his life and lead beyond rebirth. This knowledge of the self or Atman is by its very nature also knowledge of Brahman, the all-pervading, impermanent, and transcendent Godhead. Krishna says that the illumined person sees the divine essence in all beings. He or she has equal vision and sees the divine self in all, regardless of outer aspect. The last three verses of the chapter describe a state of profound meditation called samadhi. When meditation
10 a.m.
Thank you, 10 a.m. When meditation becomes very deep, breathing becomes slow, steady, and even, and the windows of the senses close to all outward sensations. Next, the faculties of the mind quiet down, resting from the usually frantic activity. Even the primal emotions of desire, fear, and anger subside. When all these sensory and emotional tides have ceased to flow, the spirit is free, mukta, at least for the time being. It has entered the state called samadhi. Samadhi can come and go. Samadhi can come and go. Generally, it can be entered only in a long period of meditation and after many years of ardent endeavor. But one verse adds a significant word sada, always. Once the state of deep concentration becomes established, the person lives in spiritual freedom, or moksha, permanently. This is extremely rare. Mystics of all Western worlds have attained brief glimpses of unity. Very few can be said to have dealt in it permanently, as if their natural habitat. In the West, the most prominent figures are Meister Eckhart. Meister Eckhart? Who is Meister Eckhart? Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint John of the Cross, though they have been others. In the Hindu tradition, there is a long line of saints and mystics who have tried to communicate something of the nature of this union with reality or God. From the unknown recorders of the Upanishads through the Buddha, Shankara, or Mira, to Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi. Okay. Chapter 5. Renounce and rejoice. Renounce and rejoice. O Krishna. O Krishna, you have recommended both the path of selfless action and sansaya, the path of renunciation of action. Tell me definitely which is better. So Arjun is confused. Krishna, which one are you telling me to do? To not act, or to act, but act unselfishly? Both renunciation of action and the self-performance of action lead to the supreme goal, but the path of action is better than renunciation. Those who have attained perfect renunciation are free from any sense of duality. They are unaffected by likes and dislike. Arjuna, and are free from the bond of self-will. The immature think that knowledge and action are different, but the wise see them as the same. So, knowledge and action are the same. The person who's established in one path will attain the rewards of both. The goal of knowledge and the goal of service are the same. Those who fail to see this are blind. Perfect renunciation is difficult to attain without performing action, but the wise, following the path of selfless service, quickly reach Brahman. Selfless service leads to freedom. Those who follow the path of service, who have completely purified themselves and conquered their senses and self-will, see the self in all creatures. Please purify themselves and conquer their senses and self-will, see the self in all creatures, and are untouched by any action they perform. Those who know this truth, whose consciousness is unified, think always, I am not the doer. While seeing or hearing, touching or smelling, eating or moving about, or sleeping or breathing, or speaking, letting go or holding on, or even opening and closing the eyes, they understand that these are only the movements of the senses among sense objects. You are not the doer. Those who surrender to Brahman, all selfish detachments are like the leaf of a lotus floating clean and dry in water. Sin cannot touch them. Renouncing their selfish attachments, those who follow the path of service work with body, senses, and mind for the sake of self-purification. Those whose consciousness is unified abandon all attachment to the results of action and attain supreme peace. But those whose desires are fragmented, who are selfishly attached to the results of their work, are bound in everything they do. Those who renounce attachment in all their deeds live content in the city of nine gates, the body as its master. They are not driven to act, nor do they involve others in action. Neither the sense of acting nor actions, nor the connection of cause and effect comes from the Lord of the world. These are three arise from nature. The Lord does not partake in the good and evil deeds of any person. Judgment is clouded when wisdom is obscured by ignorance. But ignorance is destroyed by knowledge of the self within. The light of this knowledge shines like the sun, revealing the supreme Brahman. Those who cast off sin through this knowledge, absorbed in the Lord, are established in Him as their golden refuge, are not reborn as spiritual creatures. Those who possess this wisdom have equal regard for all. They see the same self in spiritual aspirant, an outcast, an elephant, a cow, and a dog. Those who possess this wisdom have equal regard for all. They see the same self in a spiritual aspirant, an outcast. They see. So those who are seriously wise see a tree, see a god, see an elephant, and they see God. Just like when you see a person, when you see your mom, you see God. Just like when you see a puppy. They're not elated by good fortune or depressed by bad. With mind established in Brahman, they are free from delusion. Not dependent on any external support, they realize the joy of spiritual awareness. Joy, spiritual awareness. The consciousness unified through meditation, they live with consciousness unified through meditation. They live in abiding joy. Oh, I've been forgetting to count pages. I think I missed like 5. Pleasures conceived in the world of the senses have beginning and an end and give birth to misery. Arjuna, the wise do not look for happiness in them. But those who overcome the impulses of lust and anger which arise in the body are made whole and live in joy. They find their joy, their rest, and their light completely within themselves. United with the Lord, they attain nirvana and Brahman. So you can find peace, joy, rest, peace is within you. Healed of their sins and conflicts, working for the good of all beings, the holy sages attain nirvana and Brahman. Free from anger and self-desire, unified in mind, those who follow the path of yoga and realize the self are established forever in that supreme state. Closing their eyes, steadying their breathing, and focusing their attention on the center of spiritual consciousness, the wise master their senses, mind, and intellect through meditation. Self-realization is their only goal. Freed from self-desire, fear, and anger, they live in freedom always. Knowing me as the friend of all creatures, the Lord of the universe, the end of all offerings and spiritual disciplines, they attain eternal peace. Okay. Ooh. This is surely one of the most intriguing chapters of the Gita, for here we are given a detailed explanation of meditation addressed to the layperson. I forgot to count the page. The same meditation techniques are given in more esoteric writings such as the Yoga Sutras or the Patanjali, but the Gita does more simply without any unnecessary mystery or complexity. This chapter also explores the question, who is the true yogi? This word, yogi, if it has any associations for the Western reader, is likely to bring up images of rather far-out types who do strange cotorious with their bodies. Yogis are still thought of as standing on their heads or reclining on a bed of nails. It is true that there are many practitioners of a kind of yoga that involves physical exercise and postures, and there are those who have achieved remarkable feats like lying on beds of nails or even being buried alive and surviving. But this physical side of yoga, called hatha yoga, the yoga of force, is not what is meant in the Gita. In fact, though physical techniques have a place, the Gita regards undue emphasis on them as extreme, not belonging to the normal course of a spiritual development. In the Gita, the word yogi often has a more modest definition. It can mean a person who does their job without detachment from the words, or it can be rendered as one who has attained the goal of meditation. For yogi literally means one who is accomplished in yoga, and yoga means integration of the spirit. In this sense, yoga means wholeness of the process of becoming whole at the deepest spiritual level. The word yoga is often used as a synonym for Raja Yoga, the practice of meditation as taught by Patanjali. For meditation is the direct means of becoming integrated, united with one's true deepest self. Thus a yogi, among the things, is a person who is adept at meditation. Until now, Krishna has been instructing Arjuna on the need for karma yoga, the active life of service. Now he is ready to initiate his disciple into the practice of the more interior disciples of the spiritual life. Karma yoga says the path for those who wish to climb the mountain of self-realization. Those who have attained the summit, the path is shama, the peace of contemplation. At the beginning of the spiritual life, great exertion is required as the summit is approached. Though the climb gets no easier, the dimension of contemplations or stillness is added. Many spiritual traditions, of course, use the image when speaking of their religious quest. The mountaintop is the place where the holy, like Moses, commune with God, and St. John on the cross describes the path union to God as climbing the mountain of Carmel. In climbing this mountain, willpower, self-help, intense personal effort are absolute essentials. The literal translation, verse 5, is one should lift oneself up by oneself. I play on the word Atman, which can mean the highest self as well as self in the ordinary sense. One's self is thus one's friend or one's own enemy. The lower self, as Western mystics sometimes call it, self-will. In the negative selfish sense. An unruly will twisted towards self-aggrandizement is an enemy lurking right inside the fort, where it can do the most damage. But those who have conquered themselves by themselves have their truest friend in the self. Only those who have genuine self-discipline, who are self-conquered, live in peace. These, Krishna says, are true yogis. They cannot harbor any malice, cannot bring themselves to look upon anyone as an enemy. They are samabuddhi, of equal mind. The true yogi, the person who is truly integrated inside, looks upon and feels everyone else's joy and sorrows just as if his were his own. He sees the self in all beings everywhere. How is this self-conquest to be made? Very simple. Gita teaches that his mind must be one pointed through the practice of meditation. This is the basic technique. In the Gita, we do not see the tendency for adulation, for ritual and mystery that we sometimes find in the Hindu tradition. Krishna simply tells Arjuna, first, that he must find an appropriate place to meditate. A suitable spot for his practice will be clean and comfortable. In a nod to tradition, one verse recommends that meditation seat be covered with kusha grass and deerskin, the traditional seat of the yogi. The important thing, however, is not how the meditation cushion is constructed, but what is going on in the mind. Meditation is an internal discipline to make the mind one-pointed, absolutely concentrated. Second, Krishna offers a bit of advice about holding the body, head, and neck in a straight line. This might seem as rhetoric, a reference to the contortion of yoga, but actually it has a practical purpose. Sitting absolutely straight with the spinal column erect prevents drowsiness. Also, in advanced stages of meditation, it allows for the free flow of vital energy, or kundalini, see glossary. Then, practical advice is given. Moderation is the path. Neither extreme asceticism nor indulgence will aid meditation. A superficial acquaintance with Hindu culture may leave the impression that it fosters either the sensuality of the common street or the center of the hermit. It is true that in Indian civilization we can easily see the ultimate development of the sensual and beautiful life in its finest manifestation in painting, sculpture, music, and dance. Indian cuisine is famous for its incredible variety of flavors and spices. India also presents us with austere simplicity of the wandering holy man or sadhu. The Gita, however, recommends the middle path, success in meditation. Krishna says, comes neither to those who eat or sleep too much, nor to those who eat or sleep too little. The body should be neither overindulged nor treated harshly. The same recommendation the Buddha was to offer later after many years of severe asceticism. This chapter contains the famous verses 6:19, comparing the mind to a steady flame. By its very nature, the untrained mind is restless, constantly wandering here and there and trying to fill its desires. It flickers wildly like a flame in a storm, never blown completely out. Yet at the mercy of the wind, wherever it wanders, Krishna says it must be brought back to source it. It must learn to rest in the self. Once it is at home in the depths of contemplation, the mind becomes steady, like an upright, unflickering flame in a wild, windless place. In this deep meditation, and only there, can the human being find true fulfillment. Then the still mind touches Brahman and enjoys bliss. Now, Arjuna asked the inevitable question. Krishna is way ahead of him, and the struggling disciple calls out, "Wait a minute," or words to that effect. He says, "My mind is so restless and unsteady that I cannot even comprehend anything about this state of mystic peace you are talking about. The mind is so powerful, so turbulent, that trying to bring it under control is like trying to catch the wind." Krishna admits that the mind is terribly hard to train, but he maintains that it can be done through regular practice if one has detachment. It is interesting that he does not offer to help Arjuna here. That will come later. For now, he tells Arjuna that he must do it for himself, the hard work and detachment from private personal motives. Then Arjuna asks a rather surprising question. What happens to the person who believes in a spiritual goal but does not pursue to the end? What if one of his more powerful compulsive desires gets better of him, scattering his resolution all the way to a cloud scattered by the wind? Arjuna must at least partly convinced there is something to all of this. But either he is not ready to begin meditating, or he is afraid that somehow he might fail if he tried. If he were to fail, he asks, would he lose everything? All that he had given up in a worldly life, as well as his goal of self-fulfillment? Affectionately, Krishna assures Arjuna that no attempt to improve his spiritual condition could possibly be wasted effort. Even looking ahead to the next life, he has nothing to lose and everything to gain. He will be reborn in a household suitable for taking up his quest where he left off. In the next life, he will be drawn to the spiritual goal once more, and he will have a head start. The general Hindu belief is that self-realization requires many, many lives of spiritual discipline. Okay. Okay, I missed a bunch of pages there. Pages that I missed. Chapter 6 is about meditation. Okay, let me regenerate a little bit. Okay. Cruising through this incredible book. Let's get a little lower decky going. Chapter 6 is about meditation. It is not those who lack energy or refrain from action, but those who work without expectation of reward who attain the goal of meditation. Meditation needs action. Action without expecting reward. Theirs is true renunciation. Therefore, Arjuna, you should understand that renunciation and the performance of selfless service are the same. Those who cannot renounce attachment to the results of their work are far from the path. For aspirants who want to climb the mountain of spiritual awareness, the path is selfless work. For those who have ascended to yoga, the path is stillness and peace. When a person has freed himself from attachment to the results of work and from desires for the enjoyment of sense objects, he ascends to the unitive state. Reshape yourself through the power of your will. Never let yourself be degraded by self-will. The will is the only friend of the self, and the will is the only enemy of the self. Never let yourself be degraded by self-will. That's powerful. It's really powerful. Never. Never degrade. Never degrade by self-will. The will is the only friend of the self, and the will is the only enemy of the self. You are your only enemy. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend, but is the enemy of those who have not found the self within them. But it is the enemy of those who have not found the self within them. Supreme reality stands revealed in the consciousness of those who have conquered themselves. They live in peace alike in cold and heat, pleasure and pain, praise and blame. They are completely fulfilled by spiritual wisdom and self-realization. Having conquered their senses, they have climbed to the summit of human consciousness. To such people, a clod of dirt, a stone, and a gold are all the same. They are equally disposed to family, enemies, and friends, to those who support them and those who are hostile, to the good and the evil alike. Because they are impartial, they rise to great heights. There's a connection to the Bible. That's what Jesus says. Those who aspire to the state of yoga should seek the self in inner solitude through meditation. With body and mind in control, they should constantly practice one-pointedness, free from expectations and attachment to material possessions. Select a clean spot, neither too high or too low, and seat yourself firmly on a cloth, a deerskin, and a kusha grass. What is kusha grass? Kusha grass? Is that kush? Weed? Kush. Well, okay, what does the name... Oh, kusha grass. What does the term kush come from? The origins of Kush cannabis are from landrace plants, mainly in Afghanistan, northern Pakistan, northern India, with the same coming from the Hindu Kush mountain range. Hindu Kush strains of cannabis were taken to the United States in the mid to late 1970s and continue to be available. Kush. Those who aspire to the state of yoga should seek the self in inner solitude through meditation. Those who aspire to the state of yoga should seek the inner self and inner solitude through meditation. With body and mind controlled, they should constantly practice one-pointedness, free from expectations and attachment to material possessions. Clean spot, to the lower sound. Once seated, doing thoughts. Make your mind one-pointed in meditation, and your heart will be purified. Hold your body, head, and neck firmly in a straight line, and keep your eyes from wandering. With all fears dissolved in the peace of the self and all desires dedicated to Brahman, controlling the mind and fixing it on me, sit in meditation with me as your only goal. With senses and mind constantly controlled to meditation, united with self within, an aspirant attains nirvana, the state of abiding joy and peace in me. Arjuna, those who eat too much or eat too little, who sleep too much or sleep too little, will not succeed in meditation. But those who are temperate in eating and sleeping, work and recreation, will come to the end of sorrow through meditation. So you must have the middle way. Now start with the meditation. Through constant effort to learn to draw the mind from selfish craving and absorb it in the self, thus they attain the state of union. When meditation is mastered, the mind is unwavering like the flame of a lamp in a windless place. In the still mind, in the depths of meditation, the self reveals itself. Beholding the self by means of the self, an aspirant knows the joy and peace of complete fulfillment. Having attained that abiding joy because the senses revealed in the still mind, he never swerves from the eternal truth. He desires nothing else and cannot be shaken by the heaviest burden of sorrow. The practice of meditation frees one from all affliction. This is the path of yoga. Follow it with determination and sustained enthusiasm. Renouncing wholeheartedly all selfish desires and expectations, use your will to control the senses. Little by little, through patience and repeated effort, the mind will become stilled in the self. Okay. So meditation succeeds patience. Little by little. Wherever the mind wanders, restless and diffused in its search for satisfaction without it, lead it within, train it to rest in the self. Abiding joy comes to those who still the mind. Oh, here comes the wind. But it's okay. I'm unwavered. Freeing themselves from the taint of self-will, their consciousness unified, they become one with Brahman. The infinite joy of touching Brahman is easily attained by those who are free from the burden of evil and established within themselves. They see the self in every creature and all creation in the self. With consciousness unified through meditation, they see everything with an equal eye. I am an ever-present to those who have realized me in every creature. Seeing all life as manifestation, they are never separated from me. Wow. They worship me in the hearts of all, and all their actions proceed from me. Wherever they may live, they abide in me. Whenever a person responds to the joys and sorrows of others as if they were his own, he has attained the highest state of spiritual union. Whoa. Sheesh. Oh, Krishna. Okay, so here's Arjan's response to this. Oh, I forgot to count the pages. I think I did 4. O Krishna, the stillness of divine union which you describe is beyond my comprehension. How can the mind, which is so restless, attain lasting peace? Krishna, the mind is restless, turbulent, powerful, violent. Trying to control it is like trying to tame the wind. Krishna responds, it is true that the mind is restless and difficult to control, but it can be conquered. Arjan, through regular practice and detachment. Those who lack self-control will find it difficult to progress in meditation, but those who are self-controlled, striving earnestly through the right means, will attain the goal. I feel like I'm getting the keys to the universe right now. And it's all making sense. Reading the Bible, reading the Quran, reading this, it's like a triangle, the strongest shape in the world. The Trinity. Krishna, what happens to the man who has faith? Still recording? Check. Vivek Ramaswamy, I love you. Krishna, what happens to the man who has faith but who lacks self-control and wanders from the path, not attaining success in yoga? If a man becomes deluded in the spiritual path, will he lose the support of both worlds like a cloud scattered in the sky? Krishna, you can dispel all doubts. Remove this doubt which binds me. So Arjuna, Prince Arjuna, aka Vivek Ramaswamy, is worried that what if he tries to meditate but fails? Krishna, you can dispel Arjuna, my son. Such a person will not be destroyed. No one does good work will come to a bad end. This is the same thing the Bible says. It's a Bible proverb. In all toil, there is profit. It's all the same, bruh. It's all the same. If only everybody would read all these books and study it, they would realize it's all the same. But as Jesus says, those who have ears, they will still not hear. When such people die, they go to other realms where their righteous live. They dwell for the countless years, and they are reborn into a home which is pure and prosperous. Or they may be born into a family where meditation is practiced. To be born into such a family is extremely rare. The wisdom they have acquired in previous lives will be reawakened, Arjuna, and they will strive for even harder for self-realization. Indeed, they will be driven on the strength of their past disciplines. Even one who inquires after the practice of meditation rises above those who simply perform rituals. Through constant effort over many lifetimes, a person becomes purified of all selfish desires and attains the supreme goal of life. Meditation is superior to severe asceticism in the path of knowledge. It is also superior to selfless service. May you attain the goal of meditation, Arjuna. Even among those who meditate, that man or woman who worships me with perfect faith, completely absorbed in me, is the most firmly established in yoga. I forgot 2 pages. These chapters are getting shorter. This book is amazing. Okay. So let's summarize chapter 6. I'm ever present to those who have realized me never creature language. work and recreation. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. They are equally disposed to family, enemies, and friends, to those who support them, and those are... You are your only enemy. Chapter 6, that was a banger chapter. Absolute gold. And on that note, I'm going to take a massive waz in this bottle. The deed has been done. I'm gonna have to empty that bottle eventually. Maybe I'll drink it. Wisdom from realization. You are your only enemy. In Sanskrit, this chapter is called the Yoga of Wisdom and Realization, or the Yoga of Wisdom from Realization. The term used for wisdom is jhana, or realization, vijnana. There is room for confusion in this terminology, as jhana and vijnana. There is room for confusion in this term. Oh, I forgot to do the last page. Closer and closer. Tallies are getting across my chest. There is room for confusion in this terminology, as jhana and vijnana are opening to differing interpolations. Both words are from the root jna, to know, which is related in the Greek word gnosis. The prefix v added to noun usually conveys the meaning, so vijnana could mean to know intensely or a greater degree. In this context, however, jhana is the standard term for the highest kind of knowledge. Not scholarship or book learning, but direct knowledge of God, spiritual wisdom. If we take jhana in the sense, we are not left with an obvious meaning for vijnana, a more intense kind of jhana. See, reading this book is so much more valuable than any school I've ever gone to, any lesson I've ever learned. Like, why are we not being taught this in school? I don't get it. College should be this. Should be reading these books, making us go alone, making us going to class, being together, and then going alone, forcing us to go alone. That's what school should be. But at the end of the day, you got to take school into your own hands. Ramakrishna takes vijnana to mean an intimate, practical familiarity with God, the ability to carry through daily affairs with a more abstract understanding that is jhana. Ramakrishna says, one who has merely heard of fire has ajna, ignorance. One who has seen fire has jana, but one who has actually built a fire and cooked it is vijana. In this chapter, we find ourselves following several trials and sometimes lose the unifying theme, which is knowledge of the supreme reality underlying nature. Eventually, however, we can come back to the starting point. Knowledge contrasts with ignorance, transcendent reality as opposed to the phenomenal world. But to pursue the byways, first Krishna is two natures are discussed. On the one hand, he's created out of himself the elements and all things that make up the phenomenal world. Beyond this is Krishna's spiritual nature as the transcendent Lord of the universe. Here the Gita is referring to a concept that later becomes the basis of the Sankhya school of Hindu philosophy. Sankhya recognized two fundamental principles underlying all things. Prakriti, the principle of mind and matter, and Purusha, the principle of pure spirit. The union of these two eternal fundamental forces sets in motion the creation of the world as we know it. The union has also shapes and defines all ordinary human experience. In Sankhya, the goal of self-realization is seen as the final freeing of the spirit. Purusha, from its flirtation with mind and matter. Unlike Sankhya, however, in the Gita, it is Krishna who is behind both Prakriti and Purusha. In this chapter, Krishna is presented as the creator of the world. His divine nature can be glimpsed in his bewildering and wonderful creation. In much Hindu mythology, it is the god Brahma who takes credit for creating the world. It is he, the four-faced deity, who has flung forth the manifold worlds of this former and this former as well as future universes. But in the mythology of Vishnu, Brahma is born in the lotus that grows from Vishnu's navel, the lotus of it, and Brahma is born in Vishnu. Here in the Gita, Krishna directly assumes the roles and honors usually shared with all other prospects of God worshipped in the Hindu faith. It is not that these other divine personifications are rejected, but simply that all attention is on Krishna. For the author of the Gita, Krishna is the form of God to be worshipped. And for the time being, all the forms of God is spirit. Krishna alone is. In fact, one verse states that whatever other god seems to worship, one is in reality approaching Krishna himself. Worshipping him, knowing him, enables the devotee to attain the goal. Though the word is not used in Gita, the idea of the world as Krishna's Leela, his play, became a cherished theme of later Hinduism. Krishna is said created the world in play, just as a child might desire to have companions and play with. Krishna desired companions and made the world. It's like God in the Bible. Krishna participates in the game of life. His divine qualities shine through the world wherever there is excellence of any kind. He is, he tells Arjuna, the essence of every created being, the sapidity of water, the brightness of fire, the effort of spiritual sprite. This may be what is meant by the vijnana of our title. The mystic's vision of the divine is present here and now is perhaps the real meaning of the term. The word Maya appears here, though not for the first time in Gita. Just as the concept of Prakriti and Purusha are later developed in Sankhya philosophy, Maya is later built into the formal structure of Vedanta, another of the 6 major schools of Indian philosophy. The word Maya comes from root ma, to measure out, and originally meant the power of a deity to create, especially to create what Indian philosophy calls name and form. Matter and its perception. Maya has the magical capacity to create, form an illusion, a god's divine power to put on disguise, or to fling forth world after world of Maya. Maya is the outward look of things, the passing shows that conceals a mortal being. Maya can be both delightful and dangerous, alluring yet treacherous. The gunas, the 3 basic qualities of all created things, swirl within the world of Maya. Crossing over the ocean of Maya is the goal of the wise voyager, and the boat is devotion. In this chapter, the Gita refers to stress the importance of love and devotion, themes that later become dominant. Krishna's true nature is hidden by Maya. The dangers of Maya are not depicted strongly in this chapter, but the delusions of the life of Maya's world are hinted at. They are essentially the self-centered attachments Krishna has been warned against. Moha, which means confusion or delusion, is something like dreaming while waking, living in dream, the duality of attachment and aversion, love and hate, beguiles the mind into this moha swoon right at birth. Knowing Krishna and devotion to him is the way beyond this delusion. Thus chapter 7 contrasts wisdom, jnana and vajra, with the delusion, maha, of spiritual ignorance. We find here many seminal ideas that are elaborated in the later philosophies of Sankhya and Vedanta. These concepts of Prakriti, Purusha, and Maya do not originate with the Gita. However, the word Maya appears in the Rig Veda and most ancient of the Vedas, and Purusha is a recurring theme in the Upanishads. The Gita is a halfway point between the spontaneous insights of the Upanishads and the later highly formalized philosophies. In the Gita, we find recognized these and other key concepts that are don't don't really get what that was saying. Maybe it's getting hard for me to focus. I don't really know. Well, I mean, of course it is. I've been doing this for 3 hours. Heat up another coffee real quick. Coffee is directly from God. No cap. Chapter 7. Coffee is from God. Let me jump around for a second, regenerate my energies. With your mind intent on me, Arjuna. Discipline yourself with the practice of yoga. Depend on me completely. Oh, I forgot to do the last 6 pages. With your mind intent on me, Arjuna. Discipline yourself with the practice of yoga. Depend on me completely. Listen, and I will dispel all your doubts. You will come to me fully united with me. Depend on God completely. Depend on God completely. This is just like the Bible, which says, commit your plans to the Lord, and it will be established. Listen, I will dispel all your doubts. You will come to know me fully and be united with me. I will give you both jhana and vijnana. When both these are realized, there is nothing more you need to know. One person in many thousand may seek perfection, yet of these only a few will reach the goal and come to realize me. earth, water, fire, air, akasha, mind, intellect, and ego. These are the 8 divisions of my prakriti. But beyond this, I have another, higher nature, Arjuna. It supports the whole universe and is the source of all life and beings. What is Arjuna? A warrior prince and one of the 2 main characters. Okay. And these 2 aspects of my nature is the womb of all creation. The birth and dissolution of the cosmos itself take place in me. There is nothing that exists separate from me, Arjuna. The entire universe is suspended from me as my necklace of jewels. This is one of the best days of my life, no cap. Arjuna, I am the taste of pure water and the radiance of the sun and moon. I am the sacred word and the sound heard in the air and the courage of human beings. I am the sweet fragrance in the earth and the radiance of fire. I am the life in every creature and the striving of the spiritual aspirant. My eternal seed, Arjuna, is to be found in every creature. I am the power of discrimination. And those who are strong, I am strength. Free from passion and self-attachment, I am desire itself, in harmony with the purpose of life. The states of sattva, rajas, and tamas come from me, but I am not in them. These 3 gunas deceive the world. People fail to look beyond them to me, supreme and imperishable. The 3 gunas make up my divine Maya, difficult to overcome, but they cross over this Maya who take refuge in me. Others are deluded by Maya, performing evil deeds. They have no devotion to me. Having lost all discrimination, they follow the way of their lower nature. Good people come to worship me for different reasons. Some come to the spiritual life because of suffering, some in order to understand life, some come through a desire to achieve life's purpose. Some come who are men and women of wisdom, unwavering in devotion, always united with me. The man or woman of wisdom surpasses all the others. To them, this is exactly what the Bible says. Wisdom more valuable than gold. They are very dear to me. All those who follow the spiritual path are blessed, but the wise who are always established in union, for whom there is no higher goal than me, may be regarded as my very true self. After many births, the wise seek refuge in me, seeing me everywhere and in everything. Such great souls are very rare. There are others whose discrimination is misled by many desires. Following their own nature, they worship lower gods, practicing various rites. When a person is devoted to something with complete faith, I unify his faith in that. Then, when faith is completely unified, one gains the object of devotion. In this way, every desire is fulfilled by me. Those whose understanding is small attain only transient satisfaction. Those who worship the gods go to the gods, but my devotees come to me. Through lack of understanding, people believe that I, the unmanifest, have entered into some form. They fail to realize my true nature, which transcends birth and death. Few see through the veil of Maya. The world deluded does not know that I am without birth and changeless. I know everything about the past, the present, and the future. Arjuna, but there is no one who knows me completely. Delusion arises from the duality of attraction and aversion. Arjuna, every creature is deluded by these from birth. But those who have freed themselves from all wrongdoing are firmly established in worship of me. Their actions are pure, and they are free from the delusion caused by pairs of opposites. Those who take refuge in me, striving for liberation from old age and death, come to know Brahman, the self, and the nature of all action. Those who see me ruling the cosmos, who see me in the Abhura, are conscious of me even at the time of death. Chapter 8, The Eternal Godhead. This chapter alludes briefly to several important concepts presented more fully.
"11 a.m.
11 a.m., thank you. Oh, I forgot to count a bunch of pages. I think I missed like 5 there. This chapter alludes briefly to several important concepts presented more fully in the Upanishads, and it will be helpful to quote the Upanishads to locate these points. Also, this chapter presents a very ancient view of the soul's journey after death. These ideas after death did not originate in the Gita, and are more ancient than the Upanishads. Another ancient concept here is that of a cyclical universe, which is elaborated in other Hindu scriptures and is great detail. This chapter merely refers to it in passing. Also, this chapter represents a very ancient view of the soul's journey after death. These ideas after the afterlife did not originate in the Gita and are even more ancient than the Upanishads. Another ancient concept here is a cyclical universe, which is elaborated in other Hindu scriptures in great detail. This chapter merely refers to it in passing. This chapter begins with Arjuna asking what appear to be questions theology, but the role of theologian does not fit him naturally. These questions are asked in response to the technical terms mentioned in the last verse of chapter 7. The sense of Krishna's answer is in accord with what he said earlier about his Maya. He is God, immanent in all things, as well as God transcendent. But it is Arjun's other questions that determine the direction of the discourse. Arjuna asks how Krishna can be known in the hour of death. Here, of course, Arjuna means Krishna in his cosmic mystical aspect, so he's asking in essence, how can the self-realized person enter the supreme state of immortality at the time of death? Krishna replies that whoever remembers him at the time of death will enter blah blah blah, my being. If Arjuna can remember Krishna in the hour of death, he will be united with Krishna and enter into immortality. In fact, whatever it may be, the content of the mind at the hour of death directs the soul in its journey to rebirth. Thus, the mind influences the evolution of the soul as it moves into the next life. Whatever a person thinks about in life, his or her deepest motivations are likely to be the last thoughts at the time of death. So there's continuity between this life and the next, and all the baggage of desire and motivation goes right along with the soul. But here Krishna is talking about the person. He hopes Arjuna will be such a one who has no worldly baggage, who remember Krishna at the final hour. To ensure he will focus his devotion on Krishna at the time of death, Arjuna should make a practice of remembering him continually now. If he makes his mind one-pointed in meditation and learns to focus his being on Krishna, then naturally at the time of death he will think of nothing else. Otherwise, in the chaos of death, he will panic and lose his way. Krishna describes in detail what happens to consciousness at the moment of death. These verses actually describe the yogis as being in control of the process of death. Directing their consciousness step by step through difficulty of ordeal of leaving the body, they attain the supreme goal. This idea is also accepted by one of the greatest teachers of meditation in ancient India, Patanjali, who says in the Yoga Sutras that the yogi dies at will. Similar descriptions of death process occur in the Upanishads, though there the dying person is not necessarily in control. The Upanishads give a detailed account. When the self seems to become weak and sink into unconsciousness, the vital breaths gather to him. Then he takes with him these particles of light and transcends into the heart. When the consciousness that is in the eye turns black, the dying person no longer sees any form. He is becoming one, they say. He does not see. He is becoming one, they say. He does not smell. He is becoming one, they say. He does not taste. He is becoming one, they say. He does not speak. He is becoming one, they say. He does not bear. He is becoming one, they say. He does not think or touch or know. The point of his heart lights up, and be that light the self departs, either through the eye or the skull, or through some other door of the body. And when he departs, life departs. And when life departs, all their vital forces depart after it. He is conscious with the conscious. With the conscious, he leaves the body. Then his knowledge and his words and the previous impressions go along with him. First, consciousness is withdrawn from the senses. The dying no longer hear or see what is going on around them. They are still conscious, but the light of consciousness has been withdrawn from the senses. Here called the gates of the body, they are said to be 9 gates: 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, the mouth, and the organs of generation and excretion. Sometimes 2 more added: the navel and the sagittal so located at the top of the skull and called in Sanskrit Brahmacharya, the aperture of Brahman. When consciousness has been withdrawn from the gates, Krishna says the mind is placed, locked up in the heart. When consciousness has been withdrawn from the eyes, Krishna says the mind is placed, locked in the heart. Here is in Krishna, it's the heart, not the head, that is taken the home of the soul. Probably what is meant is the heart chakra, the center of consciousness, kind of the center of the chest. Prana, vital energy, and awareness have been withdrawn from the outer frontiers of personality and consolidated within. At this stage of the death process, any one person has no access to the will, but it is just here that prana, with consciousness awareness, must be made to move upwards to the head. If prana leaves the body through the Brahmahanda, there will be no rebirth. That is, the dying person will enter Samdhi at the time of death. In Samdhi, prana is withdrawn from lower levels of awareness to rush upwards to the 7th center at the crown of the head. This is possible only for the yogi who has thoroughly mastered meditation and the control of prana. If prana exits through some other form of the 11 doors of the body, the Upanishads say the state of immortality will not be gained. When he departs from the body, he ascends with the rays of sun, repeating the syllable As soon as he thinks of it, he comes to the sun that indeed is the doer to the next world. Those who know enter, those who do not know stop. This is the verse. 101 subtle tracks lead from the heart, while those who goes upwards from the crown of the head. Going up, he goes others from life, others depart in various directions. In the Gita, as well as the passage from the Shrinagar Upanishad, the mantra Om is used. If the yogis can remember the mantra even as consciousness itself is part of the body, and Gita adds, if they can meditate on Krishna, they will go to the highest goal. Relinquishing the body in a state of samdhi, they attain the mystic eternity that is union with Krishna. In this chapter, the Gita alludes to the 2 paths, northern and southern, that the soul may take after death. Verses represent breathing from brain senses. Those who meditate upon truth with faith while living in the forest go to light from day to day, from day to the 4-night moons waxing, from the waxing 4 nights, 6 months to the sun's own journey, 6 months to the world of Divas, from the world of Divas to the sun, from the sun to lightning, then a spirit approaches them and leads them. The Brahmin. In that world they live for eternal ages, they do not return again. Those who conquer the world through sacrifice, charity, and austerity pass into the smoke, from the smoke into the night, from the night into the fortnight of the waning moon, from the fortnight of the waning moon in the 6 months of the sun's southern journey, from there in the world of the ancestors, from the world of the ancestors in the moon, from there the birth. Northern and southern parts are first to the path of the sun, which seems to have moved forward after the winter solstice and southward after the summer solstice. To die during the period to which the sun is moving southward was considered inauspicious. Dying during the period after the winter solstice when the sun is moving back north meant the soul might take the northern path which leads to immortality. In the Gita and Upanishads, this northern path has come to signify that the soul has been released from karma and need not to be born. The southern path, by contrast, leads to the soul to a new birth in this world, a birth suitable for its karma. This view of the world's journey after death has primordial quality about it, giving the feeling that it far precedes even the Upanishads. Brahman is the creator of the Hindu Trinity, which brings forth the cause of the will. But Brahman is the sense of non-control, the creative process, just as day and night follows an eternal, unvarying rhythm. So does the entire universe undergo cycles of creation, death, and new birth. As the day of Brahman dawns, the cosmos comes into being. As the day comes to an end, the entire creation dies and ceases to exist. Then for a night, as long as the cosmic day, the universe reaches. So if dreaming of Vishnu lies sleeping in the ways of the then without internal rhythm, the cosmic reborn, the night is over. The new universe dawns, and Brahma once again was into the active days. The scholars have noted that the grand vision of the cosmos being born, dying, and being reborn for eternity. Cosmos after cosmos arrive from the black immense sea of nothingness is quite similar to modern theories of the expanding and contracting universe, but forwarded by contemporary cosmology. The vast time spans accepted by present-day physicists are also similar because of the cosmic days and nights of Brahma. Each day lasts for 1,000 yugas, which equals 4,320 million years. Excuse me. Here, A20 is called simply. This is the supreme goal of living things in Krishna's home. Returning to the final resting place, the soul enters the immortal bliss and is not reborn. Okay. Chapter 8, the Eternal Godhead, Arjuna. O Krishna, what is Brahman and what is the nature of action? What? Hey! New fan? Come on. Come on. It's perfect. Yes. Come on. How? How much for this?
None.
5. Yay. Come on.
Come on.
Yes. Thank you. Had a quick 30-second intermission. The Vietnamese lady whose house I'm staying at just came to give me a notebook that I needed and some fruit. Looking forward to eating this. Okay. The eternal Godhead, Arjuna. Oh Krishna, what is Brahman and what is the nature of action? Oh Krishna, what is Brahman and what is the nature of action? What is the idea of the supreme sacrifice, and how is it to be offered? How are the self-controlled unity with the time of death? Krishna, my highest nature, the imperishable Brahman gives every creature its existence and lives in every creature. As the Adhyantama, my action is creation and the bringing forth of creatures. The Advaita is the perishable body, the Abduva is perishable, eternal spirit. The Adhyanda, the supreme sacrifice, is made to me as the Lord within you. Those who remember me at the time of death will come to me. Do not doubt this, for whatever occupies the mind at the time of death determines the destination of the dying. Always they will tend toward the state of being. Therefore, remember me at all times and fight on. With your heart and mind intent on me, you will surely come to me. When you make your mind pointed through regular practice of meditation, you will find the supreme glory of the Lord. The Lord is the supreme poet, the first cause, the sovereign ruler, subtle, the tiniest particle, the support of all, inconceivable, bright as the sun, beyond darkness, to remembering him in his way at the time of death. Through devotion to the power of meditation, with your mind complete, still to your concentration fixed in the center of spiritual awareness between the eyebrows, you will realize the Supreme Lord. I will tell you briefly of the eternal state all scriptures affirm, which can be entered only by those who are self-controlled and free from selfish passions. Those whose lives are dedicated to Brahman attain the supreme goal. Remember me at the time of death, close down the doors of the senses and place the mind and heart. Then, while absorbed in meditation, focus all energy upwards on the head, repeating in this state of divine theme the syllable Om that represents the changeless Brahman. You will go from the body and attain the supreme goal. I am easily attained by the person who always remembers me and attached to nothing else. I am easily attained by the person who always remembers me. Such person is true yogi, Arjuna. Great souls make their lives perfect and discover me. They are freed from mortality and suffering in the separate existence. Every creature in the universe is to death, Arjuna, except the one who is united with me. Those who understand the cosmic laws know that the day of Brahma ends after 1,000 yogis. The night of Brahman ends after 1,000 yugas. When the day of Brahma dawns, forms are brought from the manifest. When the night of Brahma comes, these forms merge in the formless again. This multitude of beings is created and destroyed again and again and again, the 16 days and nights of Brahma. But beyond this formless state, there is another unmanifest reality, which is eternal and is not dissolved when the cosmos is destroyed. Those who realize life's supreme goal will know that I am manifested and unchanging. Having come to me, they never return to separate existence. The Supreme Lord who pervades all existence, the true self of all creatures, may be realized through undivided love. There are two paths, Arjuna, which the soul may follow at the time of death. Only one leads to rebirth and the other to liberation. The 6 months of the northern path of the sun, the path of the light of day and night, and the brightest footnights leads knowers of Brahman to the supreme goal. 6 months of the southern part of the sun, the path of smoke, the night and the dark fortnight, leads other souls to the light of the moon and rebirth. Those two paths, the light and the dark, are said to be eternal, leading some to liberation, others to rebirth. Once you have known these two paths, Arjuna, you can never be deluded again. Attain this knowledge is through perseverance in yoga. There is merit in studying the scriptures and selfless service, austerity and giving, but the practice of meditation carries you beyond all the supreme abode, the highest Lord. Always remember God. Okay, I'm 8 chapters in. I'm going to like 1/2 through the book. Chapters 1 through 8. Let's summarize chapters 1 through 8. Well, Arjuna is nervous about his life. Krishna tells him to have trust in the eternal, to eradicate self desire, to free from detachment from the result of your actions. To have the joy, rest, and peace is within you. The only enemy is you. Wisdom over everything. Remember God always. If I had to sum up what I've learned so far, is that God is in everything. Wisdom is the only thing that'll lead to happiness. Do not do anything for selfish desires. Wisdom comes from I need to summarize chapters 1 through 8. I guess I would say wisdom equals I guess to Whoa. This chapter. The Royal Path. This chapter praises Krishna as the Supreme Being who has created the world and dwells in it in his creation. Krishna's exalted nature is stressed in warning to give to those who think that God is limited to his creation. It is true that Krishna has taken on a human form, but those who see him only a limited human being and show him disrespect are courting great spiritual harm. These verses contain a warning for those who would underestimate Krishna's divine power. In this chapter, Krishna replaces the many gods of goddesses of the usual Hindu pantheon, each of which represents divine power. Here Krishna is seen as containing within himself all such powers. It is Krishna and Krishna alone who is to be worshipped. He is the goal, support, the only refuge, the one true friend. He is the beginning and the end. Oh yeah, I need to tally the pages that I missed. I think I read like 10 pages there. These who practice a ritual religion, offering the ritual sacrifice ordained by the Vedas, do not attain the true goal of their lives. True, they do enjoy heaven after death, but when their store of merit is used up, they are born again in order to have another chance of turning away from the personal gain and aiming at life's supreme goal. So as long as they are motivated only by self-centered desires, they must be born and born again, and their spiritual evolution either stands still or they make very little progress. Either these souls, however, are really worshipping Krishna, though they don't know, they see Krishna, the Supreme Being, in all their wonders through many, many lives, and even the sojourners in heaven, where they enjoying the reward of their good deeds. Because they do not know his real nature, however, they will not attain the goal, but will be reborn. An endless round of rebirths may seem like a living damnation of the struggling soul, a harsh note that would be uncharacteristic of the Gita. But it's not a question of damnation. The purpose of life is to realize God, and until this is done, the soul cannot escape creating more karma, which has to be worked out, however many lives it might take. The choice to turn towards self-realization is always open. The Gita does not dwell on the obstacles, however, but quickly goes on to reveal Krishna's more compassionate nature. It makes the point that whatever a person deeply desires, whatever he or she worships, will eventually be attained in some life or another. In particular, to have real selfless love regardless of the object, is to love Krishna, the ultimate God. This kind of love, called bhakti, is more potent than observance and rituals, a point the Gita is slowly revealing. But to have the devotion without understanding Krishna's nature is not enough. In the end, to attain this goal, Arjuna must have devotion and understand it as Krishna's universal aspect that he loves. Then he will truly attain the eternal, immortal state. Chapter contains famous and very popular verses. Whatever you do, make an offering to me. The food you eat, the sacrifice you make, the help you give, even your suffering. In this way, you'll be freed from the bondage of karma and from its results, both pleasant and painful. Krishna accepts every offering made to him in the right spirit. He assures Arjuna of this. Then he demands that Arjuna make everything, every act, every meal, every sacrifice, every gift, even his sufferings, an offering to God. He demands this so that Arjuna can be released from the bondage of karma. This is a new emphasis, a new day. Arjuna can live in complete union with Krishna's will, doing everything for Krishna alone. Then by that very purity of will, he will free from self modes and thus release from karma. The spirit will be free and he will attain his goal of mystic union with Krishna. Krishna declares that he is impartial to all creatures. He neither favors nor rejects anyone. It is the sincere love that is important. Those who are truly devoted to Krishna live in him, and he abides in them. With some daring, probably at the risk of discomfort to the more orthodox, Krishna adds that even a sinner who takes wholeheartedly refuge in him becomes good. The word used is sadhu, which literally means a good person, but has come to signify one who leads a spiritual life, giving up all selfish desires to achieve the final goal. The word of sinner, so dharchara, should not be passed by either. Su is literally good, dur is bad. Thus, one whose conduct is really bad, as you might say good and hot, to really mean hot. Krishna promises that his devotees must attain peace at last. No one who has genuine love and devotion can perish. The meaning here is taken to perish in a spiritual sense, come to spiritual harm. The message of this chapter is simple. It contains no philosophy and only a little theology. The one message is anyone who has real love for the Lord of love, is all creatures, will in the end attain the goal. This is the royal secret that Krishna had promised to reveal. The royal path. Krishna, because of your faith, I shall tell you that the most profound of secrets attaining both jhana and vina, you will be free from all evil. This royal knowledge, this royal secret is the greatest purifier. Righteous and perishable, it is joy to practice and can be directly experienced, but those who have no faith in the supreme... Those who have no faith in the supreme law of life do not find me, Arjuna. They return to the world, passing from death to death. I pervade the entire universe in my unmanifest form. All creatures find their existence in me, but I am not limited by them. Behold my divine mystery. These creatures do not really dwell in me, and though I bring them forth and support them, I am not confined within them. I missed 6 pages. At the end of the eon, these creatures return to unmanifest matter. At the beginning of the next cycle, I send forth again. Controlling my prakriti, again and again, I bring forth these mirrored forms and subject them to the laws of prakriti. None of these actions binds me, Arjuna. I am attached to them, so they do not disturb my nature. Under my watchful eye, the laws of nature take their course. Thus is the world set in motion. Thus the animate and the inanimate are created. The immature do not look beyond physical appearances to see my true nature as the Lord of all creation. The knowledge of such deluded people is empty. Their lives are fraught with dazzling evil, and their work and hopes are evil. The immature do not look beyond physical appearances. That's what the Quran says too. Physical reality. Is just one reality. The knowledge of such deluded people is empty, their lives are fraught with disaster and evil, and their work and hopes are all in vain. But truly great souls seek my divine nature. They worship me with a one point in mind, having realized that I am the eternal source of all. Constantly striving, they make firm their resolve and worship me without wavering. Full devotion, they sing of my divine glory. Others follow the path of jhana, spiritual wisdom. They see that there is one is me. Where there are many, all are me. They see my face everywhere. I am the ritual and the sacrifice. I am true medicine in the mantram. I am the offering and the fire which consumes it, and the one whom is offered. I am the father and the mother of this universe, and grandfather too. I am its entire support. I am the sum of all knowledge, purifier, the civil one. I am the sacred scripture, the Rigveda and Sama Vedas. I am the goal of life, the Lord and support of all, the inner witness about all. I am the only refuge, the one true friend. I am the beginning, the staying, and the end of creation. I am the womb and the eternal seed. I am heat. I give and withhold the rain. I am immortality. I am death. I am what is said and what is not. Same from what? To free themselves from evil and attain the vast one of the gods where they enjoy celestial pleasure. When they have joined these fully, their merit exhausted, and they return to this land of death. Thus observing Vedic rituals, but caught in endless form of chains as they come and go. Those who worship me and meditate on me constantly without any thought, I will provide for all their needs. Those who worship other gods with faith and devotion also worship me, Arjuna, even if they do not observe the usual forms. I am the object of all worship, its inner in the Lord, but those who fail to realize my true nature must be reborn. Those who worship the devas will go to the realm of the devas. Those who worship their ancestors will be united with them after death. Those who worship phantoms will become phantoms, but my devotees will come to me. Either the sacrifice you make, the help you give, even your suffering. In this way, you will be freed from the bondage of karma and from the result, but pleasant and painful. Then, firm in renunciation and yoga, with your hearts free, you will come to me. I look upon all creatures equally. None are less dear to me and none more dear. But those who worship me with love live in me, and I come to live in them. Even sinners become holy when they take refuge in me alone. Quickly their souls come to Dharma and they retain the balanced peace. Never forget this, Arjuna. No one who is devoted to me will ever come to harm. All those who take refuge in me, whatever their birth, race, sex, or caste, will attain the supreme goal. This realization can be attained even by those who society scorns. Kings and sages too seek this goal of devotion. Having been born in the transient form of the world, give all your love to me. Fill your mind with me. Love me, serve me, worship me always. Seeking me in your heart, you will be at last united with me. I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it. 3 hours in. Man, the Quran I did for 20 hours. That's crazy. I need to regenerate. Excuse me. Time to regenerate. Okay. Chapter 10. Do all things for God. I missed a few pages there. Krishna goes deeper into the revelation of his divine being, revealing himself as the source from all beings to come, one who's reality from many. Okay, this time I'm not going to read the preface. I'm just going to read it. Krishna. Listen further, Arjuna, to my supreme teaching, which gives you such joy. Desiring your welfare, O strong-armed warrior, I will tell you more. God desires your welfare. Neither gods nor sages know my origin, for I am the source from which the gods and sages come. Whoever knows me is the Lord of all creation, without birth or beginning, knows the truth and frees himself from the evil. Truth will set you free. Discrimination, wisdom, understanding, forgiveness, true self-control and peace of mind, pleasure and pain, birth and death, fear and courage, honor and dishonor, non-violence, charity, equanimity, contentment, and perseverance in spiritual disciplines, all the different qualities found in living creatures have their source in me. The 7 great sages and the 4 ancient ancestors were born from my mind and received from my power. From them, all the creatures of the world. Whoever understands my power and the mystery of manifestation comes without doubt to be united with me. I am the source from which all creatures evolve. The wise remember this and worship me with loving devotion. Their thoughts are all absorbed in me, and all their vitality flows to me. Teaching one another, talking about me always, they are happy and fulfilled. To those steadfast in love and devotion, I give spiritual wisdom, so that they may come in me. Out of compassion, I destroy the darkness of their ignorance. From within I light the lamp of wisdom and dispel darkness from their lives. Arjuna, you are a Brahman supreme, the highest abode, the supreme purifier, the self-luminous, the eternal spirit, the first among the gods. Unborn and infinite. Now, O Krishna, I believe that everything you have told me is divine truth. O Lord, neither gods nor demons know your real nature. Indeed, you have alone know yourself. O Supreme Spirit, you are the source of being and the master of every creature. God of gods, O Lord of the universe. Tell me all your divine attributes, leaving nothing unsaid. Tell me of the glories with which you fill the cosmos. Krishna, you are supreme master of yoga. Tell me how I should meditate to gain constant awareness of you. In what things, in what way should I meditate on you? O Krishna, you who stir up people's hearts, tell me in detail your attributes and powers. I can never tire of hearing your immortal words. All right, Arjuna, I will tell you my divine powers. I will mention only the most glorious, for there is no need to end them. I am the true self in the heart of every creature, Arjuna, in the beginning, middle, and end of their existence. That's an important verse. Krishna equals the true self in the heart of every creature. Among the shining gods I am Vishnu, of luminaries I am the sun, among the storm gods I am Maruti, and in the night sky I am the moon. Among scriptures I am the Samaveda, and among the lesser gods I am Indra. Among the senses I am the mind, and in living beings I am consciousness. Among the Rudras I am Shankara. Among the spirits of the natural world I am Kubera, god of wealth, and Pava, the purifying fire. Among mountains I am Meru. Among priests I am Brihaspati, and among military leaders I am Skanda. Among bodies of water I am the ocean. Among the great seers I am Brigu, and among worlds the syllable Om. I am the repetition of the holy name, and among mountains I am the Himalayas. Among trees I am the Ashvata, the sacred fig. Among the Gandhavaras, the heavenly musicians, I am Shitaratha. Among divine seers I am Narada, and among sages I am Kapila. I was born from the nectar of immortality as the primordial horses and as Indra's noble elephant. Among human beings I am the king. Among weapons I am the thunderbolt. I am Kamduk, the cow that fulfills all desires. I am Kandara, the power of sex, and Vasuki, the king of snakes. I am Antana, the cosmic serpent, and Varuna, the god of water. I am Ahriman, among the noble ancestors. Among the forces which restrain, I am Yama, the god of death. Among animals I am the lion. Among birds the eagle, Garuda. I am Prablada. Among the demons and of all that measures, I am time. Among purifying forces I am the wind. Among warriors Rama. Of water creatures I am the crocodile, and of rivers I am Genghis. I am the beginning of middle and end of creation. Of all the sciences I am the science of self-knowledge, and I am logic in those who debate. Among letters I am A. Among grammatical compounds I am the Devanda. I am infinite time, and the sustainer whose face is seen everywhere. Among letters I am A. I am death, which overcomes all and the source of all beings still to be born. I am the feminine qualities, fame, beauty, perfect speech, memory, intelligence, loyalty, and forgiveness. Among the hymns of the Samaveda, I am the Brihit. Among poetic matters, the Jayati. Among months, I am Margasha. Among the hymns of the Samaveda, I am the Birit. Among poetic matters, the Jyachi. Among months, I am Margasha. I am the gambling of the gambler and the radiance in all shines. I am effort, I am victory, and I am the goodness of the virtuous. Among the Vishnus, I am Krishna, and among the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Among sages, I am Vyasu, and among poets, Ushanas. I am the scepter which metes out punishment, and the art of statesmen and those who lead. I am the silence of the unknown and the wisdom of the wise. I am the seed that can be found in every creature, Arjuna, for without me nothing can exist, neither intimate nor inanimate. But there is no end to my divine attributes, Arjuna. Those I have mentioned only a few. Wherever you find strength or beauty or spark power, you may be sure that these have sprung from a spark of my essence. But of what use it is to you know all this? But just remember that I am and that support the entire cosmos with only a fragment of my being. So God is everything. God is everything. I need to count a few pages there. Grab my notebook. must control your desires. Control your desires. Never degrade yourself by self-will. Cosmic vision. This is the most exalted chapter of the entire Gita. For here, Arjuna sees the divine vision of Krishna as full nature as God himself, Lord of the universe. It's difficult to see at first why the ultimate spiritual vision should be granted to Arjuna at this point. We must remember that Krishna and Arjuna have been companions for many lives. Okay, I forgot to count the last pages. Yet at the opening of the Gita, Arjuna is a warrior, little concerned with mystic vision. Step by step, Krishna has led him to understanding of the real purpose of his life, to know what he is and to know who Krishna is. In the last chapter, Krishna had reached the point where he was willing to reveal Arjuna the manifestations of divine power. Arjuna had not only asked about these powers, but had even wanted to know which forms he might meditate on Krishna, the first time Arjuna had spoken of contemplation. Now in chapter 11, Arjuna is asked to see Krishna as he really is. His desire is granted, and the essence of the rest of the chapter describes Arjuna's samdhi. Samdhi is the word used by Patanjali in his classic work, the Yoga Sutras, to describe the final stage of meditation in which the mind is completely concentrated and superconscious mode of knowing comes into play. Patanjali speaks of many different kinds of samadhi, but for practical purposes, we may speak of two, Savikalpa and Nirvikalpa. Arjuna's vision begins with Savikalpa Samadhi, in which he sees God as a personal manifestation. Then, as he passes into Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Arjuna sees all forms disappearing into God, only which a supernatural fire consuming the entire phenomenon world is left. The supreme vision dazzles Arjuna with the blinding splendor of 1,000 suns. Mystics have often described their experiences in terms of light. In an ancient prayer of the Veda, the poet asks for divine wisdom to dawn his heart just as the sun rises in the sky. In the West, we have countless testimonies like that of Saint Teresa of Avila. When the soul looks upon the divine sun, the brightness dazzles it, and very often it remains completely blind, absorbed, amazed, and dazzled by the wonders it sees. As this vision begins to unfold, Arjuna sees the whole world in the body of Krishna, and he begins a hymn of praise. He sees Krishna as Vishnu with his traditional weapons, the mace and the wearing a crown. As the vision becomes more intense, Arjuna begins to feel afraid. He sees the light of God become a fire that burns to consume all things, as if at the end of time. All the warriors on the battlefield are mortals, and Arjuna sees them slain, burning in the universal fire. All creatures rush to the destruction like moths into a flame. God's radiance is both a great light and a burning fire. Terrified, Arjuna wants to know the identity of this awesome God, who bears no resemblance now to the Krishna he had known as his teacher and friend. In answer to this question, "Who are you?" Krishna replies this verse that burst into Robert Upham's mind when he saw the atomic bomb explode at Trinity in the summer. "I am become death, the shatterer of worlds." But the word Kala means not just death, but time, which eventually devours all. Arjuna is brave and worthy of the vision, where he does not lose consciousness or completely break down. He praises Krishna and then asks for forgiveness if during their long friendship he has ever said or done anything to offend the Lord through mistaking him for a mere human being. Finally, the vision
12 p.m.
Finally, the vision is too much for Arjuna. Though he experiences the deep peace and joy of Samdhi, he is terrified at the same time. He wishes to see the more human face of God. God bless this apple. Please give me energy to finish this. If not, I will continue. Anyway. Krishna grants his desire and returns to his gentle, normal aspect. He tells Arjuna how very difficult it is to see him in exalted form as the Lord of Yoga, the God of gods. Only pure devotion attains this vision. This theme dominates the remaining chapters of the Gita. It is devotion that is all important on the spiritual quest. Okay, entering chapter 11. Out of compassion, you have taught me the supreme mystery of the self. Through your words, my delusion is gone. You have explained the origin and the end of every creature, O lotus-eyed one, and told me of their O supreme limitless existence. Just as you have described your infinite glory. O Lord, now I long to see it. I want to see you as the supreme ruler of creation. O Lord, master of yoga, if you think me strong enough to behold it, show me your immortal self. Behold, Arjuna, a million divine forms with an infinite variety of color and shape. Behold the gods of the natural world, and many more wonders never revealed before. Behold the entire cosmos turning within body and the other things you desire to see. Okay, I need to take a break to eat real quick. Sorry, guys. Have not eaten anything yet. So good. Okay, almost done eating. Okay. So far, this book has been saying to control your desires, I think that's the theme so far, is control your desires. God is within you. Trust. Have faith. You can get through this. And I need to get through this right now. Let me open up this window. Out of compassion, you have taught me the supreme mystery of the self. Through your words, my delusion is gone. You have explained the origin and end of every creature. O lotus-eyed one, and told me of your own supreme, limitless existence. Just as you have described your infinite glory, O Lord, now I long to see it. I want to see you as the supreme ruler of creation, O Lord, Master of Yoga. If you think me strong enough to behold it, show me your immortal self. Behold, Arjuna, a million divine forms with an infinite variety of color and shape. Behold the gods of the natural world and many more wonders ever revealed before. Behold the entire cosmos turning within my body and other things you desire to see. But these things cannot be seen with your physical eyes, therefore I give you spiritual vision to perceive my majestic power. Having spoken these words, Krishna, the master of yoga, revealed to Arjuna his most exalted lordly form. He appeared with an infinite number of faces, ornamented by heavenly jewels displaying unending miracles in the countless weapons his power. Clothed in celestial garments and covered in garlands, sweet-smelling and heavenly fragrances, he showed himself as the infinite Lord, the source of all wonders whose face is everywhere. If 1,000 suns were to rise in the heavens at the same time, the blaze of their light would resemble the splendor of the Supreme Spirit. It's like the sun. It's the cosmic vision. There within the body of the gods, Arjuna saw all the manifold forms of the universe united as one. Filled with amazement, his hair standing on his end in ecstasy. He bowed before the Lord with joined palms and spoke these words. Arjuna, O Lord, I see within your body all the gods and every kind of living creature. I see Brahma, the creator, seated on lotus. I see the ancient sages and the celestial serpents. I see infinite mouths and arms, stomach and eyes, and you are embodied in every form. I see you everywhere, without beginning, middle, or end. You are the Lord of all creation and the cosmos in your body. You wear a crown and carry a mace and discuss. 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 A heavy, thick-centered disc thrown by an athlete. Carry a mace. What does mace smell? Oh. Your radiance is blinding and immeasurable. I see you, who are so difficult to behold, shining like a very sun, blazing in every direction. You are the supreme changeless reality. Ooh. God is the supreme changeless reality. the one thing to be known. You are the refuge of all creation, the immortal spirit, the eternal guardian of all eternal dharma. You are without beginning, middle, or end. You touch everything with your infinite power. The sun and moon are your eyes, and your mouth is fire. Your radiance warms the cosmos. O Lord, your presence fills the heavens and earth and reaches in every direction. I see the three worlds trembling before the vision of your wonderful and terrible form. The gods enter you being, some calling out, greeting you in fear. Great saints sing your glory, praying, may all be well. The multitudes of gods, demigods, and demons are all overwhelmed by the sight of you. O mighty Lord, at the sight of your myriad eyes and mouths, arms and legs, stomachs and tearful teeth, I and the entire universe shake in terror. O Vishnu, I can see your eyes shining with open mouth. You glitter in an array of colors, and your body touches the sky. I look at you and my heart trembles. I have lost all courage and peace of mind. When I see your mouse with their fearful teeth, mouse burning like the fires of the end time, I forget where I am and have no place to go. This is like fear God. It's a connection to the Quran. Have mercy on me. I see all the sons of Distursha. I see Vishnu, Drona, and Karna. I see our warriors and all things who are here to fight. All are rushing into our awful jaws. I see some of them crushed by your teeth. As rivers flow into the ocean, all the warriors of this world are passing into your fiery jaws. All creatures rush to the destruction like moss into a flame. You lap the worlds into your burning mouths and swallow them, filled with your terrible radiance. O Vishnu, the whole of creation bursts into flames. Tell me who you are, O Lord of terrible form. I bow before you. Have mercy. I want to know who you are, you who existed before our creation. Your nature and workings confound me. I am time, the destroyer of all. I have come to consume the world. Even with your participation, all the warriors gathered here will die. God is time. Even with every precision, all the warriors gathered, he will die. Therefore, arise, Arjun, conquer your enemies and enjoy the glory of sovereignty. I have already slain all these warriors. You will only be my instrument. Bhisha, Drona, Jyotiha, Karna, and many others are already slain. Kill those whom I have killed. Do not hesitate. Fight in this battle, and you will conquer your enemies. Sanjay. Having heard these words, Arjuna trembled in fear. With joined palms, he bowed before Krishna and addressed him, stammering. It's like the Quran. O Krishna, it is right that the world delights and rejoices in your praise, that all the saints and sages bow down to you, and all evil flees before you to the far corners of the universe. How could they not worship you, O Lord? You are the eternal spirit who existed before Brahma, the creator, and who will cease to be. Lord of the lords, you are the abode of the universe. Changeless, you are what is and what is not, and beyond the duality of existence and non-existence. You are the first among the gods, the timeless spirit, the resting place of all beings. You are the knower in the thing which is known. You are the final home. With your infinite form, you pervade the cosmos. You are Vayu, god of wind, Yama, god of death, Agni, god of fire, Varuna, god of water. You are the moon and the creator, Prajapati, and the great-grandfather of all creatures. I bow before you and salute you again and again. You are behind me and in front of me. I bow to you on every side. Your power is immeasurable. You pervade everything. You are everything. I forgot like 5 pages. Sometimes, because we are friends, I rashly said, "Oh, Krishna, say friend." Casual, careless remarks, whatever I might have said lightly, whether we were playing or resting, alone in company, sitting together or eating, or if it was disrespectful, forgive me, O Krishna. I did not know the greatness of your nature, unchanging and perishable. Wow. This is why they say, do not use Lord's name in vain. You are the Father of the universe, of the intimate of the intimate. You are the object of all worship, the greatest guru. There is none equal to you in these worlds. Who can match your power? O gracious Lord, I prostrate myself before you and ask for your blessing. As a father forgives his son, or a friend or a friend, a lover's beloved, so should you forgive me. I rejoice in seeing you as you have never seen before, yet I am filled with fear by this vision of you as the abode of the universe. Please let me see you again as the shining God of gods. Though you are the embodiment of all creation, let me see you again, not with 1,000 arms, but with 4, carrying the mace in disgust and wearing a crown. Arjuna, through my grace you have been united with me and received the vision of my radiant universal form, without beginning or end, which no one else has ever seen. Not by knowledge of the Vedas, nor sacrifice, nor charity, nor rituals, nor even by severe asceticism has any other mortal seen what you have seen, O heroic Arjuna. Do not be troubled, do not fear my terrible form. Let your heart be satisfied with your fears dispelled and looking at me as I was before. It's like the Bible. Do not be feared. Having spoken these words, the Lord once again assumed the gentle form of Krishna and consoled his devotee, which had been so afraid. O Krishna, now that I have seen your gentle human form, my mind is again composed to return normal. It is extremely difficult to obtain the vision you have had. Even the gods long always to see me in this aspect. Neither knowledge of the Vedas, nor austerity, nor charity, nor sacrifice can bring the vision you have seen. But through unfailing devotion, Arjuna, you can know me. You see me, you attain union with me. Those who make me the supreme goal, all their work and act without self-detachment, should devote themselves to me completely, and our free will with the creatures enter into me. Wow. God is scary. But don't fear. The way of love. This short chapter focuses on the supreme importance of devotion and faithful and spiritual development. Here, love or personal devotion is the most powerful motivation in spiritual life. The world's great religions agree on this point. All religions allow for a way of devotion, and millions of men and women have found spiritual fulfillment in devotion to Christ, the Buddha, or Muhammad. Hinduism has allowed a place for the path of knowledge as well as the path of devotion. Here, however, the Gita stresses the efficacy, the ability to produce a desired or intended result, efficacy of the devotion. The Upanishads, the final word on mystic experience uttered by the Vedas, stress the ultimate reality, the eternal truth beyond the form beings of the world. The teachers of the Upanishads told their students to seek knowledge of the Atman, the true self. The consummation of this knowledge was to know that the self within was once Brahman, the ultimate reality pervading all things. This was considered in the statement taught to me, you are that imperishable being, that immortal reality. Brahman, the nameless, formless God, could be known only in the superconscious state. The Gita moves away from such an approach to religion, for as Krishna says, seeking an eternal, indefinable, hidden Godhead is rather a tall order for the average or even above average person. In fact, in this chapter it is said to be beyond the reach of practicality all embodied beings, those who have bodies. The path of wisdom may be just too spiritual for Earth's children, because those who identify to a large degree with their physical nature find the way of knowledge to a steep climb. Don't identify with your physical nature. We can turn though on a Western followers of this path to see why this is the a Christian monk of the 5th century, surrounding remarkably like verses 3/4 this chapter. Then, beyond all distinction between knower and knower, the aspirant becomes immersed in the nameless, formless reality, wholly absorbed in that which is beyond all things and nothing else. Having stilled his intellect and mind, he is united by a slight faculty with that which is beyond all knowing. Fortunately, there was a path of love, for when God is loved in personal aspect, the way is vastly easier. According to the Hindu scriptures, God can be loved as a merciful father, a divine mother, a wise friend, a passionate beloved, or even as a mischievous child. We might turn to the Christian mystics for help here, for most of them have walked the way of love. The medieval Christian worked called the cloud of unknowing states that love is the sure, safe path to God. By love he can be gotten and holden, by thought never. In a well-known passage in the New Testament, St. Paul puts love above knowledge and even above miraculous powers. But I shall give you a more excellent way. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Wherever there be knowledge, they shall vanish away. And St. John at the cross tells concisely why the vast majority of human beings find it easier to overcome the weakness through love than through knowledge. In order to overcome our desires and renounce all those things, our love and inclination for which are wont to flame the will is delights therein. We require a more ardent fire and a noble love, that of bridegroom. If our spiritual nature were not on fire with other noble passions, we would never cast off the yoke of the senses. But such love is often not I need another banana, bruh. This is getting hard, but I can do it. Surrender. That's a common theme for sure. But even if one attempt at regular practice should fail, Krishna is still not ready to let Arjuna admit defeat. He should, Krishna says, work selflessly without desire for the fruits of his labors. But real peace of mind comes only from renunciation. The word Tara here seems to describe the character of the genuine lover of God. Such a saintly person, Krishna points out, is greatly loved and dear to Krishna himself. Arjuna, of these steadfast devotees who love you and those who seek you as the eternal formless reality, who are the more established in yoga? Who are the more established? Those who set their hearts on me and worship me with the unfailing devotion of faith and more established in yoga. As for those who seek the transcendental reality without name, without form, contemplating the unfast beyond the reach of thought and feeling, with their senses subdued and mind serene and striving for good of all beings, they too will verily come to me. Yet hazardous and slow is the path to the unrevealed, difficult for physical creatures to tread, but they for whom I am the supreme goal, who do all work renouncing self for me, and meditate on me with single-hearted devotion, those I will swiftly rescue from the fragment cycle of birth and death, for their consciousness has entered in me. Surrender and let God be your supreme goal. Still your mind in me, still your intellect in me, and without doubt you will be united with me forever. If you cannot still your mind in me, learn to do so through the regular practice of meditation. If you lack the will for such discipline, engage yourself in my work, for selfless service can lead you at least to complete fulfillment. At last. If you are unable to do even this, surrender yourself to me, disciplining yourself and renouncing the results of your action. Better indeed is knowledge than mechanical practice. Better than knowledge is meditation, but better still surrender of attachment to results, because there follows immediate peace. That one I love, who is incapable of ill will, who is friendly and compassionate, living beyond the reach of I and mine, and of pleasure and pain, patient, contented, self-controlled, firm in faith, with all their heart and all their mind given to me, with such as these I am in love. Not agitating the world, or by agitated, they stand above the sway of elation, competition, and fear. That one is my beloved. They are detached, pure, efficient, impartial, never anxious, selfless in all their undertakings. They are my devotees, very dear to me. That one is dear to me who runs not after the pleasant or away from the painful, grieves not less, not but lets things come and go as they happen. That devotee who looks upon friend and foe with equal regard, who is not bullied by praise nor cast down by blame, alike in heat and cold, pleasure and pain, free from self-attachments, the same in honor and dishonor, quiet, ever full, in harmony everywhere, firm in faith, such as one is dear to me. Those who meditate upon the immortal Dharma, as I have declared, full of faith and seeking me as life's supreme goal, are truly my devotees, and my love for them is very great. It's getting difficult, but I wanted this to be difficult. Almost there, actually. Need to eat another snack. I think I've drank too much caffeine and I'm getting a little lightheaded. Sorry guys, I'm getting lightheaded. I have to take a quick break. Okay, I need to wash my hands. one more thing I need to do. And I'm back. This chapter presents us with two sweeping categories, the field and the knower of the field. To simplify, we may think of the field as the body and the knower of the field as the self that resides in the body. This chapter has eternal basic division of all things, a fundamental concept elaborated in Sankhya philosophy. We said that the field is the body, but this is not precise enough. The field also includes the mind. In fact, it comprises all the components of Prakrit, including Akana. The awareness each of us has that we are an individual ego, from Aham, I, and Kara, maker. Aham Kara is the basic awareness of separateness, that which makes me I, being separate from the rest of creation. In this wide sense, the field encompasses everything except for the elusive consciousness that knows the fields. The field is the object, the knower is the subject. Krishna is the hidden knower of the field, that is, the self. This term field is a surprisingly modern one, for it describes what today we might call an extension of the continuum of mass, energy, time, and space to elude the shred of all mind, as well in other words, a field of forces both physical and mental. Just as physics no longer regard matter and energy as essentially separate, the Gita would not regard matter and mind as separate. They are different aspects of Prakrit, the underlying stuff of existence. Another dimension of Krishna's use of the word field is brought out by tradition Hindu anecdote. A wandering Sutta or holy man is asked what his work in life is. He replies, I'm a farmer. When the questioner looks surprised, he adds, this body of mine is my field. I sow good thoughts and actions in my mind. I reap the results. The Buddha explains, all that we are is a result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made of our thoughts. What we think, we become. For Emerson says, the ancestor of every action is thought. Thus our thoughts, taken together, bear fruit in the actions, decisions, and desires that shape our lives. In part, the body bears the fruit of what we think, insofar as way of thinking affects our health and safety. But in a large sense, the whole field of human activity, indeed the whole Prakriti, also is a field of karma, where, for example, the global environment is shaped by the sum of what its inhabitants do, which in turn is shaped by how they think. This idea will be picked up and elaborated on detail in the concluding chapter of the Gita. Verses 7 through 11 then describe the person who understands his or her own true nature. This is an attractive picture of the modest, truly wise person who is in control of his or her own life. One implication of these verses is that it is quite an achievement to understand the difference between the field and the self, the knower. Most people confuse the two, taking the body and mind to be who they are. In the usual course of events, we may be totally unaware that there is self, a conscious underneath the surface awareness of a separate I. Verses 12 through 9 describe the ultimate underlying reality. Brahman, pure undifferentiated consciousness, the defined ground of existence. Verse 19 returns us to the discussion of the basic duality of mind, matter, and spirit. Again, the technical terms prakriti and purusha are used. Purusha is the knower and prakriti the field. From the union of these two things, all are born. Both prakriti and purusha are essential to the creation of the world. Nothing could exist without the spiritual basis of purusha, and nothing could develop in a manifest form without the mind and matter of prakriti. Let's need to think of actual principles in human terms. Hinduism embodies each eternal principle of the affairs of Shiva and Shakti, the divine father and mother. The Gita does not mention these two because it comes essentially from the Vishnu tradition, but in the other great stream of Hindu faith, Shiva is the eternal spirit, the absolute, representing a dwelling aloof in the mountain peak of spiritual peace. Shakti, the divine mother, is his creative partner, and without her, Shiva could not ever have created the world. Shakti, she has many names and her various manifestations, rules in the realm of birth and death. Shiva, Purusha, lives in the realm of immortal. Together, the two represent Brahman, the attributes of Godhead, and the creator power of Godhead called Maya. Thus, it is the union of Shiva and Shakti that all things are born. This chapter emphasizes that the self, the real knower, is ever evolved in the shifting forces that play over the field. There is no possibility of any soul being eternally lost, for all beings partake of the immortal pure nature of Purusha. We may endure countless eons of birth and death, but we must finally find our rest in the eternal spirit. By definition, nothing taking place in the realm of Prakriti can affect Purusha, but the exact nature of the interaction of these two is a profound mystery. Verse 32 explains this mystery by drawing a comparison with Akasha, the subtle element recognized by the ancient philosophers. Akasha is space itself. Just as space pervades the cosmos yet remains pure, even in the midst of impure beings, so the self remains completely pure, even though it dwells in all beings. Though it seems to live in the land of mortals and to undergo change and death, the real knower in every creature is deathless, hidden in the heart. Chapter 13. The body is called a field, Arjuna. The one who knows it is called the knower of the field. This is the knowledge of those who know. I am the knower of the field in everyone. Arjuna, knowledge of the field and its knower is true knowledge. I forgot to account for the last, definitely 10 pages. One, two, three, 4, 5. The body is called a field, Arjuna. The one who knows it is called the knower of the field. This is the knowledge of those who know. I am the knower of the field in everyone. Arjuna, knowledge of the field and its knower is true knowledge. Listen and I will explain the nature of the field and how change takes place within it. I will also describe the knower of the field and its power. These truths have been sung by great sages in a variety of ways and expounded in precise arguments concerning Brahman. The field, Arjuna, is made up of the following: the 5 areas of sense perception, the 5 elements, the 5 sense organs, and the 5 organs of action, 3 components of the mind. Manas, buddhi, and akamaka, and the undifferentiated energy from which all these evolved. In this field arise desire and aversion, pleasure and pain, the body, intelligence, and will. Those who know truly are free from pride and deceit. They are gentle, forgiving, upright, and pure, devoted to their spiritual teacher, filled with inner strength and self-controlled. Detached from self-objects and self-will, they have learned the painful lessons of separate birth and suffering, old age, disease, and death. Free from selfish attachment, they do not get compulsively entangled even in home and family. They are even-minded through good fortune and bad. Steadfast. Their devotion to me is undivided. Enjoying solitude and not following the crowd, they seek only me. This is true knowledge. To seek the self is the true end of wisdom, as always. To seek anything else is ignorance. I will tell you of the wisdom that leads to immortality. The beginning is Brahman, which can be called neither being nor non-being. It dwells in all, every hand and foot and head, in every mouth and eye, and in the universe. Without senses itself, it shines through functioning the senses. Completely independent, supports all things beyond the gods, and enjoys their play. It is both near and far, both within and without every creature. It moves and is unmoving. It is subtly, it is beyond comprehension. It is indivisible, yet appears divided into separate creatures. Know it to be the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Dwelling in every heart, it is beyond darkness. It is called the light of light, the object and goal of knowledge, and knowledge itself. I have revealed to you the nature of the field and the meaning and object of true knowledge. Those who are devoted to me, knowing these things, are united with me. Know that Prakriti and Purusha are both without beginning, and that from Prakriti come the gunas, and that changes. Prakriti is the agent, cause, and effect of every creation, but it is Purusha that seems to experience pleasure and pain. Purusha, resting in Prakriti, witness the play of the gunas, both born of Prakriti. Both attachment to the gunas leads a person to be born for evil and good, for good or evil. Then the body, the supreme Purusha, is called the witness, approver, supporter, enjoyer, the supreme lord of the high self. Whoever realizes the true nature of Purusha, whatever he or she may follow, he is not born separate again. Some realize the self within them through the practice of meditation, some by path of wisdom, others by selfless service. Others may not know these paths, but by hearing and following the instructions of a illuminated teacher, they too go beyond death. Whatever exists, Arjuna, animate or inanimate, is born through the union of the field and its knower. They alone see truly who the Lord, the same in every creature, who see the deathless in the hearts of all that die. Seeing the same Lord everywhere, they do not harm themselves or others, thus they attain the supreme goal. They alone see truly who sees all that actions are performed by Prakriti, and while the self remains unmoved. When they see the variety of creation rooted in that unity and growing out of it, they attain fulfillment in Brahman. This supreme self is without a beginning, undifferentiated, deathless. Though it dwells in the body, Arjuna, it neither acts nor is touched by action. As Akasha provides the cosmos but it remains unstained, the self can never be tainted, through it dwells in every creature. As the sun lights up the world, the self dwelling in the field is the source of all light in the field. Those who, with the eye of wisdom, distinguish the field from its knower, in the way to freedom from the bondage of Prakriti, attain the supreme goal. Okay, I just finished that chapter. Happy to move to my neck. The last chapter gives us the distinction between Purusha and Prakriti. This chapter will tell us in more detail about the nature of Prakriti, the basis of the world of mind and matter. Here the Gita explains human experience in terms of three qualities of Prakriti, known as Gana, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. When the soul attains illumination, goes beyond the confines of Prakriti into the spiritual realm of Purusha. Until then, the soul must learn to deal with these three all-powerful forces. Need to get a thumbnail real quick. Thumbnail time. Thumbnail acquired. When the soul attains illumination, it goes beyond the confessed purity into the spiritual realm of Purusha, but until then the soul must learn to deal with these three all-powerful forces.
One p.m.
Okay. The quality of sattva combines goodness, purity, light, harmony, balance in terms of evolution, such as the highest level. Raja's energy on the human level, which can be both good and bad. In personality, Rajas may express itself in anger, hatred, greed, but it also provides motivation, the will to act. Rajas is ambitious, which is not altogether a bad thing for the evolution of the soul. It is definitely superior to the third gana. Tamas, which combines inertia, sloth, darkness, ignorance, insensitivity. For tamas means a dead stability where nothing can happen for good or ill. Worse, tamas can mean not just stability but a sliding backwards in the struggle of evolution where to stand may even be left behind. In a given personality phenomenon, all the three ganas are likely to be present. It is a mix of the three that colors our experience. Sattva may be dominant with an admixture of rajas or tamas. Perhaps rajas dominates with a little sattva and a good measure of tamas. Finally, the personality may be basically tamasic, with a fewer rays of the light of sattva and a little of the heart of rajas. In any case, no mix of the three ganas is stable, for it is the very nature of Prakriti to be constant flux. The ganas are constantly shifting, always changing in intensity. It is essential that the ganas, even the purity of goodness of sattva, be transcended if the soul is to attain its final release. For the three ganas are forces that operate within the world of Prakriti. In fact, three stands make up the whole fabric of the phenomenal world. Liberation lies beyond the conditioning of Prakriti in the realm of Purusha. Even the emotions and thoughts that seem so personal, so interior, are really on the play of Prakriti. Thoughts and emotions and act on self stop at the gate of the inner self. The self abides in the inner chamber of the heart, always at peace, whatever forces of Prakriti may storm outside. It's like what my friend Terrell taught me. The forces of evolution. That's exactly what the Bible says. The peace that surpasses all understanding. Okay. Sattva binds us to happiness, Rajas binds to action. Tamas, distorting understanding, binds us to delusion. Sattva predominates when Rajas and Tamas are transformed. Rajas prevails when Sattva is weak and Tamas overcome. Tamas prevails when Rajas and Sattva are dormant. When Sattva predominates, the light of wisdom shines through every gate of the body. When Rajas predominates, a person runs about pursuing selfishly and greedy ends, driven by restlessness and desire. Those dying in the state of Sattva attain the pure worlds of the wise. Those dying in Rajas are reborn among people driven by work, but those who die in Tamas are conceived in the wombs of the ignorant. The fruit of good deeds is pure and sattvic. The fruit of Rajas is suffering. The fruit of Tamas is ignorance and insensitivity. From sattva comes understanding, from rajas greed, but the outcome of tamas is confusion, inflation, and ignorance. Those who live in sattva go upwards, those in rajas remain where they are. But those immersed in tamas sink downwards. The wise see clearly that all action is the work of the gunas, knowing that which is above the gunas, they enter into union with me. Going beyond the three gunas from which the body, they leave beyond the cycle of birth and death, this separateness and sorrow, and attain to immortality. What are the characteristics of those who have gone beyond the gunas, O Lord? How do they act? How have they passed beyond the gunas' hold? They are unmoved by the harmony of sattva, the activity of rajas, the delusion of tamas. They feel no aversion when these forces are active, nor do they crave for them when the forces subside. They remain impartial, undisturbed by the actions of the gunas, knowing that it was the gunas which they have backed with themselves and do not facilitate. Established within themselves, they are equal in pleasure and pain, praise and blame, kindness and unkindness. Clay, a rock, a gold are the same to them, alike in honor and dishonor. Alike to a friend and a foe, they have given up every selfish pursuit. Such are those who have gone beyond the ganas. By serving me with steadfast love, a man or woman goes beyond the ganas. Such one is fit for union with Brahman. For I am the support of Brahman, the eternal, the unchanging, the deathless, the everlasting Dharma, the source of all joy. It's kind of the same. Good or bad fortune should not affect you. This is a difficult chapter, for it deals essentially with questions of theology and ultimate mystical experience. Krishna reveals that he transcends not only the world of matter, but also the immortal Atman that dwells as the consciousness knower within all beings. Krishna has said that it is the Atman, but the paradox is he also transcends the Atman. In the highest aspect, Krishna is Ishvara, the cosmic Lord, who abides in his own majesty. The liberated self enjoys union with Krishna and lives in Krishna's highest home. But the self does not become Krishna. The immortal soul, even when liberated from its mortal journaling, does not become God. Chapter opens with an image of an upside-down tree. A world tree rooted in Brahman, which branches out in manifold creation in the realm below. This is said to be Ashvata, or pipal tree, a kind of fig like the banana. It sends out roots into the air, spreading love and below. In this chapter about Krishna's most exalted nature... Oh, I forgot to do the last 5 pages. It is an abode of light and eternal life. By its very nature, it is beyond the description of human language. Verse 4 uses an elemental and ancient word for the ultimate reality that defies all description. All human thought, tat, which means simply that or it. Here the Gita personalizes tat to the extent of giving it a home. Avyan Padan, the immortal home, the eternal goal. Pada also means foot or step, and it's interesting to recall a myth from the Vedas. At the beginning of time, Vishnu took 3 steps that measured out the entire cosmos. The third and highest step became a heavenly world, the realm of the blessed. In the Rig Veda, the poet longs to find himself in the home of God. May I go to his blessed world where those who love the gods rejoice, for there truly is the company of the far-stepping God, a fountain of honey in the highest step of Vishnu. The Gita describes Krishna's home as a realm of light beyond the light of the sun. Here we might compare the Gita with the Kratha Upanishad. There shines not the sun, neither moon nor star, nor flash of lightning, nor fire lit on earth. The self is the light reflected by all. He's shining, everything shines after him. Even here, though, we are reminded that Krishna lives not just in the highest realm, but also in the world below, where both darkness and light coexist. It is divine mystery he sends fragments of himself to become the inner self in each creature. In this sense, the self enters the body at conception, dwells in the body, and then departs at death. Krishna is the prana, the breath or vitality of the body. The Upanishads speak of 5 pranas. Here the Gita mentions the 2 most prominent, the prana by which we breathe and the prana that digests food. Okay, the Supreme Self. You got this. You got this. You do it. Sages speak of the immutable ashva tree, which is taproot above and its branches below. On this tree grow the sculptures, seeing their source, one knows their essence. Nourished by the gunas, the limbs of this tree spread above and below. Sense objects grow in the limbs as buds, the roots hanging down bend. Okay, restart. Sages speak of the immutable ashva tree, which is taproot above and its branches below. On this tree grows the scriptures, seeing their source, one knows their essence. Nourished by the ganas, the limbs of this tree spread love above and below. Sense objects grow in the limbs as buds, the roots hanging down bind us action in this world. The true form of this tree, its essence, beginning and end, is not perceived on this earth. Cut down the strong-rooted tree with the sharp axe of detachment, then find the path which did not come back again. Seek that, the first cause from which the universe came long ago. Not deluded by pride, free from selfish attachment and selfish desire, beyond the duality of pleasure and pain, ever aware of the self, the wise go forward to the eternal goal. Neither the sun nor the moon nor fire can add to that light. This is my supreme abode, and those who enter there do not return to separate existence. An eternal part of me enters the world, assuming the powers of action and perception and mind body of Prakriti. When the divine self enters and leaves a body, it takes these along as the wind carries a scent from place to place. Using the mind, ears, eyes, nose, and the sense of taste and touch, the self enjoys sense objects. The deluded do not see the self when it leaves the body or when it dwells within it. They do not see the self enjoying sense objects or acting through the ganas, but they who have the eye of wisdom see. Those who strive resolutely on the path of yoga see the self within. The thoughtless who strive imperfectly do not. The brightness of the sun which lightens up the world, brightness of the moon and fire, those are my glory. With a drop of my energy, I enter the earth and support all creatures. Through the moon, the vessel of life-giving fluid, I nourish all plants. I enter breathing creatures and dwell within his life-giving breath. I am the fire in the stomach which digest all food. Entering into every heart, I give the power to remember and understand. It is again who take that power away. All the scriptures lead to me. I am the author in their wisdom. In this world, there are two orders of being, the perishable, separate creature, and the changeless spirit. But beyond these there is another, the Supreme Self, the Eternal Lord, who enters into the intercosmos and supports it from within. I am that Supreme Self, praised by the Scriptures as beyond the changing and the changeless. Those who see in me that Supreme Self see truly. They have found the source of all wisdom, Arjuna, and they worship me with their heart. I have shared this profound truth with you, Arjuna. Those who understand it will attain wisdom. They will not have done that which has to be done. Okay, I need to count for the last 5 pages. In this most unusual chapter, the Gita departs from a lofty view of human nature and describes two opposing forces. The higher tendency, the divine, leads to increasing happiness in the course of the soul's evolution and eventually to its liberation, but there is also a downward current leading to suffering and enslavement of the spirit. This chapter is unusual in giving equal, if not, in fact, more attention to the dark side of human nature. Here we get a detailed description of the divine qualities that liberate and the demonic qualities that enslave. In a rare somber tone, Krishna describes the sinful person, the individual of a demonic kid, and and it seems he knows what he is talking about. But first he assures Arjuna that he is of the divine type, so he shouldn't be alarmed. The demonic personality is basically atheistic. For such people, life does not originate in God or divine reality, but is grounded in biology. And sexual desire. Taking a low view of human nature, such people cause suffering to themselves as well as others. They are arrogant and have many insatiable self-desires, and they do not hesitate to do anything that will get them what they want. Krishna grants that they may attain their desire, enjoying wealth and power, but their destination is hell, a hell of their own making, often in their very life, as their karma bears fruit. One of the least likable characters of demonic personalities is the sense of self-importance. They like to give gifts ostentatiously and offer ritual sacrifices. This legitimizes their wealth and makes them feel respected and esteemed. They like being generous if it will make them look good. Krishna does not disguise his aversion to cruel people. He tells Arjuna that he arranges for them to be born again and again in a harsh world. Such souls cannot seem to purify their sinful hearts. Repeating the same selfish ways, they sink lower and lower. This is a bleak picture which the Gita dwells on only in this chapter. But even here, amidst the gloom, Krishna will not say that such a soul is eternally damned. It may be that such a sinful creature is condemned to birth after birth in harsh, unfavorable circumstances, sinking into more and more hellish states of mind, but the cycle goes on. The choice to change direction is always open, and the Atman itself can never be stained. Lust, anger, and greed are the three doors to hell that Arjuna must at all costs not enter. The person who enters will not only fail to reach life's final goal, but will not achieve any measure of lasting happiness and prosperity. In Sanskrit, this chapter is called The Way of Divine and Demonic Destinies. The words Deva, God, and Asura, demon, are not to be taken too literally here. The Hindu scriptures often tell stories of the battles between the gods and the demons, thus they dramatize the struggle between good and evil in the world. No divine character from Hindu myth escapes challenge from some demon. Usually the god or goddess is victorious, but often the demon will win a battle or two, though not the final victory. Krishna has a long battle record, celebrated by epithets like Madhusudana, slayer of the demon Buddha. Rama, another incarnation of Vishnu, had to confront and kill Ravana. The stories go on. The gods never seem to rest for long. There is always a new challenge to their authority, a new source of malignant evil to be destroyed. The Mahabharata and the Gita do not dwell on these mythical battles. Here the interest is more frankly human. When Krishna discusses the divine demonic quality, he speaks of not of gods and demons, but of good, evil, human. Pass. Krishna. Be fearless and pure. Never waver in your determination and your dedication to the spiritual life. Give freely. Be self-controlled, sincere, truthful, loving, and full of desire to serve. Realize the truth of the scriptures. Learn to be detached and take joy in renunciation. Do not get angry or harm any living creature, but be compassionate and gentle. Show good will to all. Cultivate vigor, patience, will, verity. Avoid malice and pride. Then, Arjuna, you will achieve your divine destiny. Other qualities, Arjuna, make a person more and more inhuman. Hypocrisy, arrogance, conceit, anger, cruelty, ignorance. The divine qualities lead to freedom, the demonic to bondage. But do not grieve, Arjuna, you were born with divine attributes. The divine qualities lead to freedom. The divine qualities lead to freedom, the demonic Well, do not grieve, Arjuna. You are born with divine. Some people have divine tendencies, others demonic. I have described the divine at length, Arjuna. Now listen why I describe the demonic. The demonic do things they should avoid and avoid the things they should do. They have no sense of uprightness, purity, or truth. There is no God, they say, no truth, no spiritual law, no moral order. The basis of life is sex. What else can it be? Holding such distorted views, possessing scant discrimination, they become enemies of the world, causing suffering and destruction. Hypocritical, proud, and arrogant, living in delusion and clinging to deluded ideas, insatiable in their desires, they pursue their unclean ends. Although burdened with fears that end only with death, they still maintain with complete assurance. Gratification of lust is the highest that life can offer. Bound on all sides by scheming and anxiety, driven by anger and greed, they amass by any means they can a hoard of money before the satisfaction of their cravings. I got this today, say, tomorrow I shall get this. This wealth is mine, and that will be mine too. I have destroyed my enemies, I shall destroy others too. Am I not like God? I enjoy what I want, I am successful, I am powerful, I am happy. I am rich and well born. Who is equal to me? I will perform sacrifices and give gifts and rejoice in my own generosity. This is how they go on, deluded by ignorance, bound by their greed and entangled in a web of delusion, whirled about by a fragmented mind, they fall into a dark hell. Self-important, obstinate, swept away by the pride of wealth, they sustainably perform sacrifices with any regard for their purpose. Egotistical, violent, arrogant, lustful, angry, envious of everyone, they abuse my presence within their own bodies and in their bodies of others. Life after life I cast them who are malicious, hateful, cruel, and degrading to the wombs of those with similar demonic nature. Birth after birth they find themselves with demonic tendencies, degraded by this. In this way, Arjuna, they will fail to reach me, and I fall lower still. There are three gates to this self-destructive hell: lust, anger, and greed. Renounce these three. Those who escape from these three gates of darkness, Arjuna, who seek what is best and attain life's supreme goal. Others disregard the teachings of the scripture. Driven by self-desire, they miss the goal of life, even miss happiness and success. Therefore, let the scriptures be your guide to what to do and what not to do. Understand their teachings, then act in accordance with them. Let me count for the last pages that went unaccounted for. At the end of the last chapter, Krishna told Arjuna to look at the scriptures to guide his actions so that he can avoid the lower road that leads backwards to a less evolved state. In reply, Krishna goes into greater detail about the three ganas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. He also stresses the importance of the shraddha, or faith. This is a difficult word. Faith is not an adequate translation, and the etymology of this word is obscure. It probably has an underlying meaning of what is held in the heart. We might say that our shraddha is the sum total of our values, but we really hold to be important in our lives. Here, as elsewhere in the Gita, shraddha is a positive quality. It is good to have faith, yet faith can be all different kinds. Different qualities. Sattva faith is the most evolved, the most pure. Rajasa faith is dynamic, evolving, yet tainted with selfish motives. Tamasic faith goes astray in a spiritual desert. To illustrate this, Krishna tells Arjuna that sattvic people worship the devas, the gods of heaven of light. To illustrate this, Krishna tells her that sattvic people worship the devas, the gods of heaven of light. In a practical description, Krishna describes the different kinds of food looked by the sattvic, the rajasic, and the tamasic. Then he applies the three ganas to act the worship and sacrifice selfless. Verse 49 turn to the important question of tapas and sadhana, the disciplines undergone for the sake of spiritual growth. The Gita holds that no lasting progress is possible on the spiritual path without self-discipline. The root of the word tapa is tap, to be hot or to suffer pain, and in fact tapas can also mean heat or suffering. Which certain spiritual practices are mastered, they create a feeling of heat in the body, which is a sign of increased spiritual potency. Tapas refers to the power gained through spiritual associate. Krishna dispels the mistaken belief that tapas means mortifying or torturing the body, and points out that spiritual disciplines can be sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic. The sattvic kind of tapas is offered for a truly spiritual goal. Rajasic tapas performed to gain a selfish end, prior the admiration of others. Deluded by tamas, the person will undergo painful, foolish practices to try to gain power over it, even to injure others. Changing course for a moment, Krishna discusses the mantra Om Tat Sat. Om is the most ancient of Hindu mantras. It is the sacred syllable that is Brahman, the cosmic sound heard in the depths of meditation. Om. Tat is that, the supreme reality beyond what language can describe or thought we can think. And Sat means both that which is and that which is good. The mantra of Om Tat Sat affirms that only the good really exists. The opposite word Astat implies that evil is transcendent and therefore is not ultimately real. The verse concludes that no act or intention can add to spiritual growth if it is faithless. An act done without Shraddha is asat, unreal. It cannot have meaning either in this world or the next. So I guess it's possible to do things in faith, but not for really the real desire. O Krishna, what is the state of those who disregard the scriptures but still worship with faith? Do they act from sattva, rajas, or tamas? Every creature is born with faith of some kind, either sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic. Listen, I will describe each to you. Our faith conforms to our nature, Arjuna. Human nature is made of faith. A person is what his Shraddha is. Those who are sattvic worship the forms of God. Those who are rajasic worship power and wealth. Those who are tamasic worship spirits and ghosts. So there's three kinds of worship. Forms of God, power and wealth, spirit and ghosts. Some invent harsh penances. Motivated by hypocrisy and egotism, they torture their innocent bodies and me who dwells within. Blinded by their strength and passion, they act and think like demons. The three kinds of faith express themselves in the habits of those who hold them. Three kinds of faith express themselves in the habits of those who hold them, in the food they like, the work they do, the discipline they practice, the goods they get. Listen, I will describe the different ways. Sattvic people enjoy food that is mild, tasty, substantial, agreeable, and nourishing. Food that promotes health, strength, cheerfulness, and longevity. Rajasic people like food that is salty or bitter, hot, sour, spicy. Food that promotes pain, discomfort, and disease. Tamasic people like overcooked, stale, leftover, and impure food. Food that has lost its taste and nutritional value. Oh. Sattvic perform sacrifices with their entire mind fixed on the purpose of the sacrifice. Without thought of reward, they follow the teachings of the scriptures. The Rajasics perform sacrifices for the sake of show and the good it will bring them. The Tamasic perform sacrifices ignoring both the letter and the spirit. They omit the proper prayers, the proper offerings, the proper food, and the proper faith. To offer services to the God, to the good, to the wise, and to your spiritual teacher, purity, honest, continuance, and nonviolence. These are the disciplines of the body. To offer soothing words, to speak truly, kindly, and helpfully, and to study the scriptures, these are the disciplines of speech. Calmness, gentleness, silence, self-restraint, and purity. These are the disciplines of the mind. When these three levels of self-discipline are practiced without attachment to the results, but in a spirit of great faith, the sages call this practice sattvic. Disciplines practiced in order to gain respect, honor, and admiration are rajasic. They are undependable and transitory in their effects. Disciplines practiced to gain power over others or in the confused belief that to torture oneself is spiritual are tamasic. Giving simply because it is right to give without thought of return at a proper time and progress into a worthy person is sattvic giving. Giving with regrets or in the expectation of receiving some favor of getting something in return is rajasic. Giving at an inappropriate time and inappropriate circumstances into an unworthy person without affection or respect is tamasic. Tat Sat. These three words represent Brahman, from which come priests and scriptures and sacrifice. Those who follow the Vedas therefore always repeat the word Om when offering sacrifice, performing spiritual disciplines, or giving gifts. These seeking liberation and not only personal benefit add the word Tat when performing these acts of worship, discipline, and charity. Sat means that which is it. It is also indicates goodness. Therefore, it is used to describe a worthy deed. To be steadfast in self-sacrifice, self-discipline, and giving is Sat. To act in accordance with these three is Sat as well. But to engage in sacrifice, self-discipline, and giving without good faith is Asat, without worth or goodness either in this life or in the next. This final chapter of the Gita roams over many subjects, beginning with the discussion of the merits of renunciation versus the life of personally involved action. Final chapter of the Gita. Okay, so I'm on the final chapter. Well, before doing that, I want to summarize the book so far. I think my pages blew away. Where did my other pages go? Where did they go? Uh-huh. If I had to summarize this book so far, before reading the last chapter, I would say the 3 points. Excuse me. He's nervous about his life. Krishna, true knowledge, is the eternal. Eradicate selfish desire. Freedom, detach the results of your action. Joy, rest, peace is within you. Your enemy is only you. Wisdom over everything. Remember God always. Do all things for God. The truth will set you free. God is everything. God is the supreme change to reality. God is time. Surrender. Do all things for God. The truth is for you. God is everything. God is supreme, changes reality. God is time. Surrender. God or bad fortune should not affect you. Look within yourself to find God. I would say it's become unwavering. I would say number 1 is become unwavering. Let me look back at my notes. Right now I'm trying to summarize the book. Unshakable equanimity. His judgment will be better and his vision clear if he is not emotionally entangled in the outcome of what he does. Those established in self-realization to control their senses instead of letting their senses to control them. If you fall into the state so far from the past liberation, does it not become you to yield to this weakness? Arise with a brave heart and destroy the enemy. You speak sincerely, but your sorrow has no cause. The wise grieve neither for the living nor the dead. Patience. Those who are unaffected by these changes, who are the same in pleasure and pain. You were never born, you will never die. Same in pleasure and pain. Few listen, but many without understanding. On this path, effort no goes to waste. You have the right to work, but never to the fruit of the work. You should never engage in action for the sake of reward, nor should you long for inaction. And form work is the world, Arjuna, as a man established within himself, without selfish habits, in a like and success and defeat, for yoga is perfect unity of mind. When your mind has overcome the confusion of duality, you will attain the state of holy indifference to things you hear and things you have heard. Even as a tortoise draws in its limbs, the wise can draw on their senses at will. One who shirks action does not attain freedom. No one can perform by abstaining from work. The awakened sages call a person wise. Those who take wisdom as their highest goal, whose faith is deep, and whose senses are trained, attain wisdom quickly. The immature think that knowledge and action are different, but the wise see them as the same. Those who possess this wisdom have regard for all. They see the same self in a spiritual state. It is not those who lack energy or refrain from action, but those who work without expectation of reward who attain the goal of meditation. You are to those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. Trying to figure out the theme. Anyone's over? I need a teacher and take one. You are your only enemy. You are your only enemy. You are your only enemy. Never degrade yourself. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. That's my first theme. You are your only enemy. Next. Join palms. The next theme, I think, is this verse right here. Maintain a joyful evenness of mind. And happiness and sorrow. Do not perform.
2 p.m.
Thank you, 2 p.m. You are your enemy. You are your only enemy. Never degrade yourself. Ever. To those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. You can become your best friend, or you can be your worst enemy. Okay, I'm going to read the last chapter to see where was I? Freedom of renunciation. The final chapter of the Gita roams over many subjects, beginning with a discussion of the merits of renunciation. Oh, I forgot to count for the last 5 pages. Renunciation versus the life of a person involved in action. To begin with, Arjuna asked about 2 words commonly used for renunciation in Sanskrit: sannyasa and tyaga. Both words come from the roots meaning to give up or abandon. Sannyasa required the specialized meaning of giving up ordinary life to live the austere mourning life of a homeless pilgrim. A sannyasa is a monk who does not participate in family life and has withdrawn from society. In a sense, he is withdrawn from life. Krishna does not recommend this kind of renunciation. In fact, he says it's impossible for anyone to give up in this way, for as long as we have a body, we have to do a certain amount of work just to maintain it. Krishna does not advise dropping out of life, and the Gita is primarily aimed at people who live in the world yet desire genuine spiritual fulfillment. The kind of renunciation Krishna recommends is tyaga, where it is not actively with selfish desire for the rewards of action. Let's be renounced. Arjuna is advised to fulfill all his responsibilities. In particular, he should not give up the 3 great virtuous works: sacrifice, giving, and spiritual disciplines. Having made plain to Arjuna that renunciation is essential, Krishna goes on to explain that renunciation can be of 3 kinds. Depending upon the guna that dominates an individual's personality, as might be expected, rajas and tamasic renunciation leaves something to be desired. Many times Krishna has said that renunciation of the fruits of work is essential. Perhaps the verse in chapter said it best: so we have control over our work and actions, but we have no command of the results. The word karma phala tyaga appears again and again, and the literal translation is renunciation of the fruits of action. In this final chapter, literally the freedom moksha that comes from renunciation, Krishna sums his teaching that in work life, one must not be driven by self-desire for any kind of reward, but for such compulsive work only to stunt full spiritual development. In addition, Krishna points out when we act out of selfish attachment, we must fully partake in the results, the karma of every thought, word, and deed. Although these results may be what was desired, they may also be something not desired at all, or a little of both. In this life, we can never be sure that things will turn out as planned. In verse 13, the Sankhya philosophy is again mentioned. Scholars believe that at the time the Gita was composed, the Sankhya school was at an early stage of development, yet even here we see the characteristic method of thorough categorizing. Using the Sankhya categories of the 3 gunas, the Gita goes on to give more detail about work, which is the 3 kinds: sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Similarly, the doer of this work is shown to be dominated by one of these all-pervasive qualities. In a very interesting passage, Krishna talks of 3 kinds of happiness: a practical application of the abstract theories, pursuing the world of work and how it contributes to spiritual growth. The Gita gives a short explanation of caste in this chapter. The Gita is not especially interested in caste, the social hierarchy of Hindu society, but we do find a short explanation here. The Sansaya, the renouncing monk, has left society and therefore belongs to no caste. But Krishna does not point out that the course to Arjuna. Rather, he wants Arjuna to lead an active life. Krishna tells him that devotion to his own duty is best. It's better to do one's own work, even if imperfectly, than to try to take on some other work. The work proper of each of us, the four castes, is then described. In general, the Gita takes a liberal view of caste, and it would be wrong to interpret this chapter as supporting a rigid caste system. The final part of this chapter, verse 50 and following, give a picture of the person who has attained siddhi, success or perfection in the spiritual life, and he goes on to union with Brahman. In verse 61, Krishna returns to a favorite topic, the Lord dwelling in the hearts of all beings. And here he adds a startling revelation. The Lord dwells in all, yet he whirls them around, though Maya as if they were toys mounted on a machine. Having jarred Arjuna with this amazing image, Krishna reassures him that he can escape from the machine, the wheel of time, through devotion to God. If he wholeheartedly takes refuge in the Lord within, then through Krishna's grace he will find peace. As his all but final word, Krishna reminds Arjuna that he holds him very dear. Through devotion, Arjuna will be able to find his way, and he should not forget that Krishna feels deep love for him. The relationship between the teacher and student is given a parting word, partially of warning. Krishna does not want these profound truths told to anyone who is not ready. Anyone lacking devotion or self-control, who does not want to hear spiritual instruction or scoffs at it, should not be accepted as a student. The sacred act of giving spiritual instruction cannot be undertaken lightly. It is the highest work, and the man or woman who does it is most dear to Krishna. Finally, Krishna asks Arjuna if he has understood. Arjuna says yes. His conflicts are over. He is ready to follow Krishna's instructions. This concludes the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna and the instruction of the Gita proper. Sanjay, who has been narrating the poem to blind King Dhritarashtra, adds a few final verses of benediction. He has seen this dialogue through his mystic vision, granted by the grace of Vyasa. Just recalling this wonderful conversations made his hair stand on end ecstasy, and when he remembers Krishna's wonderful beauty, his joy is boundless. The last chapter. Arjuna. Okay, so this one's kind of long. Freedom and renunciation. Arjuna. Prince Arjuna. O Krishna, destroyer of evil, please explain to me Sansaya and Taiga and how what kind of renunciation differs from another. Krishna. To refrain from selfish acts is one kind of renunciation, called Sansaya. To renounce the fruit of action is another, called Tyaga. Among the wise, some say that all action should be renounced as evil. Others say that certain kinds of action, self-sacrifice, giving, and self-discipline, should be continued. Listen, Aja, I will explain the three kinds of Tyaga in my conclusion concerning them. Self-sacrifice, giving, and self-discipline should not be renounced, for they purify the thoughtful. Yet even these Arjuna should be performed without desire for selfish rewards. This is essential. To renounce one's responsibilities is not fitting. The wise call such alluded renunciation Tamastic. To avoid action from fear or difficulty or physical discomfort, there is no reward in such renunciation, but to fulfill your responsibilities knowing that they are obligatory, while at the same time desiring nothing for yourself. This is sattvic renunciation. Those endowed with sattva clearly understand the meaning of renunciation and not waver. They are not intimidated by unpleasant work, nor do they seek a job because it's pleasant. As long as one has a body, one cannot renounce action altogether. True renunciation is giving up all desire for personal reward. And that they are obligatory, while at the same time desiring nothing for yourself. This is sattvic renunciation. Those endowed with sattva clearly understand the meaning of renunciation and do not waver. They are not intimidated by unpleasant work, nor do they seek a job because it is pleasant. As long as one has a body, one cannot renounce action altogether. The true renunciation is giving up all desire for personal reward. Those who are attached to a personal reward will reap the consequences of their actions, some pleasant, some unpleasant, some mixed. Those who renounce every desire for personal reward go beyond the reach of karma. Listen, Arjuna, and I will explain the 5 elements necessary for the accomplishment of every action, as taught by the wisdom of Sankhya. The body, the means, the ego, the performance of the act, and the divine will. These are the 5 factors in all actions, right or wrong, in thought, word, or deed. Those who do not understand this think of themselves as separate agents. With their crude intellects, they fail to see the truth. The person who is free from ego, who has attained purity of heart, though he The laziest people he does not slay and is not bound by his action. Knowledge, the thing to be known, and the knower, these three promote action. The means, the act itself, and the doer. These three are the totality of action. Knowledge, action, and doer can be described according to the Ganas. Listen, and I will explain in their distinctions for you. Sattvic knowledge sees the one indestructible being in all beings, the unity underlying the multitude of creation. Rajasic knowledge sees all things and creatures as separate and distinct. Tamasic knowledge, lacking any sense of perspective, sees one small part and mistakes for the whole. Work performed to fulfill one's obligations without thought of personal word or of whether the job is pleasant or unpleasant is sattvic. Work prompted by self-desire or self-will, full of stress, is rajasic. Work that is undertaken blindly without any consideration of consequences, waste, injury to others' own capacity is tamasic. Subject workers are free from egotism and selfish attachments, full of enthusiasm, fortune, success, and failure alike. Rajasic workers have strong personal desires and crave rewards for their actions. Whose impure instructions they easily swept away by good fortune or good or bad. Tamasic workers are undisciplined, vulgar, stubborn, deceitful, honest, and lazy. They are easily depressed and prone to procrastination. Listen, Arjuna, as I discover the depths of understanding and will. To know when to act and when to refrain from action, what is right and what is wrong. What brings security and what insecurity. What brings freedom and what bondage. The Rajasic intellect confuses right and wrong actions and cannot distinguish what is to be done from what should not be done. Tamasic intellect is shrouded in darkness, utterly reversing right and wrong whatever it turns. The sattvic will, developed through meditation, keeps prana, mind and senses in vital harmony. The Rajasic will, conditioned by self-desire, pursues wealth, pleasure, and respectability. The Tamasic will show itself in abstinent ignorance, sloth, fear, grief, depression, and conceit. Now listen, Arjuna, there are also three kinds of happiness. By sustained effort, one comes to the end of sorrow. That which seems like poison at first but tastes like nectar in the end. This is the joy of sattva, born of a mind at peace with itself. Pleasure from the senses seems like nectar at first, but is bitter as poison at the end. This is the kind of happiness that comes to the Rajasic. Those who are tamasic draw their pleasures from sleep, indolence, and intoxication. Both in the beginning and the end, this happiness is delusion. No creature, whether born or among the gods in heaven, is free from conditioning to the three gunas. The different responsibilities found in the social order, distinguishing Brahman, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, should have their roots in this conditioning. The responsibilities to which Brahmins are born, based on their nature, are self-control, showing purity of heart, patience, humility, learning, austerity, wisdom, and faith. The qualities of Kshatriyas, based on their nature, are courage, strength, fortitude, dexterity, generosity, leadership, and the firm resolve never to retreat from battle. The occupations suitable for a Vaishya and agriculture, daring in trade, the proper work of Shuddha service. By devotion to one's own particular duty, everyone can attain perfection. Let me tell you how. By performing one's own work, one worships the Creator who dwells in every creature. Such worship brings that person fulfillment. It is better to perform one's own duties imperfectly than to master the duties of another. By fulfilling the obligations he is born with, a person never comes to grief. No one should ever abandon duties because he sees defects in them. Every action, every activity is surrounded by defects as a fire is surrounded by smoke. One who is free from selfish attachment, who has mastered himself and his passions, attains the supreme perfection of freedom from action. Listen, I shall explain now. Arjuna, one who has attained perfection also attains Brahman, the supreme consummation of wisdom. Unerring in discrimination, sovereign of the senses and passions, free from the clamor of likes and dislikes, such a one leads a simple, self-reliant life based on meditation, congruent speech, body, and mind. Free from self-will, aggressiveness, arrogance, and anger, and the lust to possess people or things, they are at peace with themselves and others and enter into a unitive state. United with Brahman, ever joyful, reach the desire of it in sorrow. They have equal regard for every living creature and attain supreme devotion to me. By loving me, they come to know me truly. Then they know me my glory and enter into my boundless being. All their acts are performed in my service, and through my grace they win eternal life. Make every action offering to me. Regard me as only a protector. Relying on intertradition, meditate on me always. Remembering me, you shall overcome all difficulties through my grace. But if you will not heed me in your self-will, nothing will avail you. If you easily say, I will not fight this battle, your resolve will be used as your own nature will drive you into it. Your own karma, born of your own nature, will drive you into even what you do not wish because of your delusion. The The Lord dwells in the hearts of all creatures and whirls them around and around the wheel of Maya. Run to him for refuge, let your strength and peace profound will be yours through grace. I give you these precious words of wisdom. Reflect on them and do as you choose. These are the last words I shall speak to you, dear one, for your spiritual fulfillment. You are very dear to me. Be aware of me always. Adore me. Make every act an offering to me, and you shall come to me this. I promise you, for you are dear to me. Abandon all supports and look to me for protection. I shall purify you from the sins of the past. Do not grieve. Do not share this wisdom with anyone who lacks in devotion or self-control, lacks desire to learn, or scoffs at me. Those who teach the supreme mystery of the Gita to all who love me perform the greatest act of love. They will come to me without doubt. No one can render me more devoted sacrifice. No one on earth can be more dear to me. Those who meditate on those holy words worship me with wisdom and devotion. Even those who listen to them with faith, free from doubts, will find a happier world who are good people dwell. Control. Desires. How do you spell desires? D-E-S-I-R. Okay, I was right. You are your only enemy. Control your desires. Desire nothing for selfish gain. How else do you put that? Work. Okay. Have you listened with attention? Are you now free from your doubts and confusion? You've dispelled any doubts and delusions, and I will understand you through your grace. My faith is firm now, and I will do your will. Spiritual wisdom. Have you listened to attention? Are you free from not free? Even those who listen to them, faith free doubts, find a happier world where good people dwell. Wait. Even those who listen to them with faith doubts, happier. Have you listened to attention? Are you now free from your doubts and confusion? You've dispelled my doubts and illusions, and I understand through my grace. My faith is firm now, and I will do your will. This is the dialogue I heard between Krishna the son of Vijay and Arjuna, the great-hearted son of Pritha. The wonder of it makes my hair stand on end. Through Vysa's grace, I have heard the supreme secret of spiritual union directly from the Lord of Yoga, Krishna himself. Whenever I remember these wonderful holy words between Krishna and Arjuna, I am filled with joy. And when I remember the breathtaking form of Krishna, I am filled with wonder, and my joy overflows. Wherever the divine Krishna and the mighty Arjuna are, there will be prosperity, victory, happiness, and sound judgment. Of this I am sure. I just finished the Bhagavad Gita. What an amazing book. The book says a lot of incredible things. Okay, but let's summarize it in 3 ideas. Number 1, work without expectation. It says to eradicate desires, but not desire like don't do anything. It's saying do everything. Don't think that you're obligated to the fruits of your labor. Do the labor with the goal. It says this in there. The goal of your work is spiritual wisdom. So do your work, but don't expect to get the reward. Okay? And this kind of goes into the second idea. Control your desires, which is also an idea in the Quran and the Bible. So I gotta say, these are very connecting ideas. This is not some different philosophy. But however, this book is very profound. I'm gonna be studying this more and more. But I did just finish it, so I basically understand everything. If you don't control your desires, your life is just gonna be mixed with chasing after all these things, right? You have your body, then you have your senses. And your senses control your body. I'm hungry. Oh, I'm angry. I'm upset. Blah, blah, blah. Your body and your senses control your body. They just control you. However, your mind controls your senses. So if you can control your mind, you can control your senses, which then control your body. Boom, biggity, bop, boom, pow. And last but not least, from the Bhagavad Gita, who is the biggest enemy in your life? You. You are your biggest enemy. Or you are your best friend. It says to never degrade yourself. If you don't want to become your enemy, then stop saying anything negative about yourself. Stop downplaying what you've done. Stop talking negatively. Oh, I'm stupid. Even little things, because your thoughts become your reality. It's a circle. Never degrade yourself. And to those who have conquered themselves, the will is a friend. If you can conquer your mind, you can conquer life. Okay, that's what the Bhagavad Gita says. What an amazing book. Oh, gosh. I'm going to try to read every single religious book within the next 2 months. Let's do this thing.